like then like stuff that Trump was saying was like getting so. I mean, his first term, like I wasn't on board with him.
Right.
Like he just started crossing a big line. Like I think like when he started running, like the things he started saying, and like just like what he was stirring up, like like with his followers and stuff. It was like. The first term I thought like he was totally responsible. Like it was almost like he made it okay to be racist again.
I hear people say like thank God a lot of times, and like it's like they're giving it like I couldn't have done it alone. Like like reality is like it's your body, you did it, and like you have the power of God in you. Like you acted like in God, like in God's way. Like it's sort of like. We should all live in God's light. Like I've heard that term being used. Like we should like do as God does. Like would God do that? Would Jesus do that? Like kids, they're either talked to or the kids are old enough that they realize like that's a man.
Well, I guess for me, I've always wondered what the push is. Like who decided? You know what we need more of? Drag queens reading stories to little children. Like who decided that?
I think it's the attention, like because a lot of kids like are read to and they don't pay attention to it. Like and this way they have like a clown that's reading.
Well, then why not have a clown?
Yeah, well,
why a drag queen?
Because there's not a clown community. Like when I was a kid, I was like had obsessive compulsive things.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like I attached feeling to everything, like emotions to everything. Like that piece of paper, like I'd throw it away and I'd sit down and I'd think like, what if that paper's lonely? Seriously.
Like how sad.
So I'd go into my notebook and pull out a freshly like note writing on a piece of paper and throw it away. Like, and I'd like, oh God, what if they don't like each other?
Yeah.
And I just keep on like coming up with like scenarios, and then like so finally like I like started tearing up the paper. Like okay, there's two of them. There's like
Hello there. I know that you probably don't realize it right now, but your life is about to change drastically. You are about to embark on an adventure that you might not return from. Well, you will return, but the version of you that returns will not be the same you that you are right now as you are sitting there listening to this amazing intro. On the other side of this episode, you will be a different person, but different for the better. This, of course, is all because you made a great decision and chose to listen to another episode of the Why Can't We Talk About That podcast. If at this point you realize that this decision will impact your life far more than you thought, and you want to back out, then do it now before it's too late. Don't say I didn't warn you. Before diving into today's conversation, please know that my entire life revolves around hearing from the listeners. So please send me an email at whycan'twetalaboutThat@proton.me. Really, do it. Increase my happiness. You can also use that exact same email address to let me know of anybody you know that would be a good guest for the show. That's kind of how this podcast keeps going. If the guests dry up, then the show is over. So do your part and find me some guests. I give you my thanks, even before you do these things. Today's guest is Chris Funkhouser. There was a time during high school when Chris and I hung out quite a bit, and I have some very funny memories of that time. He is a lot of fun to hang out with, and he also has some very unique thoughts on things. Chris has had a pretty interesting life thus far, so I asked him to write a little biography that I could read during this intro. Fair warning that I am sure that I'm going to mispronounce some of these words, so bear with me. Here we go. Christopher Funkhouser was born in Santa Maria and raised in Guadalupe. After graduating from Rigetti High School, Chris continued his studies of dance at Allen Hancock College. While at Hancock, Chris performed in numerous productions, including leading roles as the Nutcracker, the Cavalier, Aladdin, and Prince Charming. When Chris turned 22, he moved to New York City. While there, he found an assortment of jobs that included modeling, national makeup artist, and public relations executive for a cosmetics company. At night, Chris moonlighted as a go-go dancer in some of New York's famed dance clubs, the Roxy, Studio 54, and Mantasia, an all-male review. Given his knowledge of the theater and art, Chris landed a job at his Queerdo costume studio, where he worked with Alicia Silverstone, Kate Pearson of the B-52s, Grace Jones, the Mr. North Band, Ice-T, Iggy Pop, and Heidi Klum. He was also key makeup artist for fashion shows, including Patricia Fields, Armani Exchange, Amway, and EF Studio, to name a few. He made costumes for Madonna's Sticky and Sweet tour, Lady Gaga, The Book of Mormon, A Christmas Story, Spider-Man, The View, The Morning Show, and other stage and screen productions. Chris relocated back to Santa Maria in 2014, where he continues to pursue his love of the arts. And there you have it. Some pretty cool stuff, some of which he will talk about during the episode, which we will get into right now. I hope you enjoy it. It's kind of hard to do both, but yeah. So are you still living in the area? Or are you?
Oh yeah. I moved back
okay.
What was it like 10 years ago almost? 11.
Oh, okay.
11 years. Yeah.
Where were you before that?
I was in New York, Manhattan.
New York?
Yeah, for 15 years.
Dang, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like 22, 23 when I moved in.
Wow, it's right barely after high school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was been there for 15 years. It was cool.
Okay.
It sucked like when my dad got sick and then he passed away. So.
Your dad passed too?
Yeah.
Oh man.
My dad was the first one of his siblings to pass away, and then it was like one every year after.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So so your dad was Kelly's dad's brother?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like my dad and her dad looked like totally like alike.
Oh really?
So yeah, and they acted the same too. Like I think they were like sequentially like after each other.
Yeah.
And so it was like after my dad passed away, like going over there was like sort of weird, like hard, like because I see a lot of my dad in Ted, you know.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, but it was sort of good. It was sort of cool too. I spent a lot. It was sort of good for me to be over there, you know.
Yeah.
Sort of like it softened it a little bit.
Yeah. I gotta get over there. So I've never been to New York ever.
Yeah, it's fun. It's cool.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of free stuff to go to do if you're just visiting. Like you just like go to Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
And I just found something out. Like you go to Parks and Rec and you put day pass or free day pass, I think it is. Like
okay, like a park pass.
Yeah, there's a way to get it. Like there's a way to get it, and you could get into museums, parks, shows.
Oh, nice, for free.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think you might have to do it like with every adult, you know.
Okay.
And then you're allowed like 2 kids or like each person. But yeah,
that's neat, man.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, we have some because I work at the library, but we have a thing you can check out a park pass where it's around here. It's just like like national parks kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, and you can just, instead of paying the day fee that you have to pay to camp or whatever, you can get that waived.
There's it's so cool. Like there's all kinds of parks like around. Like they turned a subway or an old train track like that used to pull into like the meat packing district where they used to like slaughter animals and stuff.
Wow.
You know. And right in the city, like it's weird.
Okay.
And the trains would go right up to the meat packing district, and like they load up the trains with all the beef, and then they send it off. But they closed it in the 80s, and it was like a real bad spot for like homeless people and stuff. So they turned it into a park. It's like an above the ground park, like and the train tracks are still there, and they planted stuff on the sides of it. You know, like,
and are the homeless people still there? Probably.
No. It's nice. No, it's surprisingly nice. Like it's cool. Like it's really cool. You wouldn't know that you're on a train track.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's neat. Yeah, we went to Orlando one time, and then because we were over there anyway, we drove all the way to the Atlantic, just so we can say, we put our feet in the Atlantic. Yeah, but I've never been up to like New York, Washington D.C. or any of that New England area.
Cool. It's really cool. It's weird because everything's so old there, you know. Like it's like started there.
Yeah.
My friend works. She owns a bar, and like they signed like one of the like major like laws in like the Constitution. Like they like in this building, and now it's just a bar. You know.
Okay.
It's crazy. Like they don't landmark it or anything.
Okay.
Or it's landmark, but
and she owns it.
Yeah.
So she makes pretty good money doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally. It's down in like very like populated area of New York. So like it's downtown, but it's cool. A lot of foot traffic.
Okay, that's nice, man. Sorry to hear about your dad, man. That's terrible. Cool. I know I met your dad like once. Yeah. I remember meeting your parents like maybe once or twice.
Yeah. I remember like.
I was at the house over there.
Yeah, you guys came by.
Am I remembering right? It was over by Alashaw somewhere over there?
Yeah, it was like on Fern. Like it's like the street right after Alashaw, and it hooks.
Okay, it is. Okay, yeah. I was like, this memory. I was like, man, I just remember we ate pizza. And I remember you had Madonna's sex book. Yeah. And we were flipping through that. I remember that part. And I was trying to remember like some of the memories like when we hung out back in high school.
Somebody used to live right across the street from us.
Okay.
Yeah. I forgot. They used to throw parties, and then we throw parties.
Oh, really?
One time there was a party like back to back, and like their party got busted, and like everybody just went into my backyard. And, and went into the pool area and like just continued partying.
Nice. Oh, you had a pool back there?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
There's a pool. Yeah.
It was cool. There was like 2 backyards on it. So,
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, that neighborhood that probably doesn't have a lot of pools in the backyard over there.
Yeah, there's not really. Like my aunt lives across Lakeview and or Hill. What is it? Lakeview.
Well, there's both Lakeview and Hillview.
Yeah.
Hillview's off of Lakeview.
Yeah. So it was. Yeah, it's Lakeview.
Okay.
So she lives on the other side, and she has a pool. Like
Okay.
there's houses there that have pools. I know that. But
Okay.
I don't think maybe our house wasn't like original. Like
Yeah.
The pool didn't come with it at first.
Okay. If you had to pick just one genre of music, what would it be?
Probably
As
pop.
your favorite?
Probably
Just pop?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And politically, do you tend to lean more left or more right?
Left.
Okay. I could have guessed. I've seen your Facebook post. I know. And in one word, describe your spiritual beliefs.
I think like science. I go to science a lot.
Okay. Like naturalism, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I was like Catholic and Christian, but baptized both growing up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my
Interesting.
mom's Catholic, my dad's Christian. So.
And they baptized you both just to cover the bases.
Yeah, yeah. Well, my grandmothers both were like the same, like totally like no, he's got to be baptized. No, he's got to be baptized.
How funny.
Yeah, so I have all these godparents and
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny, man.
Yeah.
Oh, which one of your parents was Catholic and which one
My
was...
mom was
okay.
Catholic, yeah, and then my dad's Christian. So.
Like Protestant, Christian.
Yeah,
okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. We already started kind of touching on just catch up a little bit. I got some of your background. So after high school, you're here till you're about, what, 23? And then
I'm 22, yeah.
Okay, and then you moved to New York?
Yep.
Okay. And what were you doing for work over there? What were you doing?
All kinds of stuff.
Okay. Okay.
It's hard to make it like I went there with a bunch of money saved, so
Okay.
it sort of like I had a little like easier time,
Mm-hmm.
like I've seen so many people like come and go, like they get there like maybe there for like a few months and then like
Okay.
they can't hang,
Yeah.
But I went with a bunch of money. I was like at first what I do, my brother worked for a cosmetics studio for a cosmetic
Okay.
line, so
Eddie, right?
Yeah,
Eddie?
Eddie,
Okay.
yeah. And so like I lived there for like maybe 5-6 months and didn't really have like a job. Like I was doing a little bit of stuff here and there, like cleaning fish tanks.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was doing here before I moved.
Oh,
there.
really?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I was looking at like Craigslist for a job and I saw like a posting like clean, need a fish tank cleaned, like help us out or
Okay.
So I answered it and like I went over there, I did the tank and like the guy's all like he's all, how much? I'm all like 175 and it was like a pretty like just
It's like a
deep
big,
clean.
like a saltwater tank?
Yeah,
or,
yeah.
Okay.
It was like a deep clean, like had to clean gravel, glass, and sump and everything. So anyway, he's all no. He's all, I'm going to give you 400. I'm like, whoa, really? He's all,
You asked for how much?
175. That's like going.
Dang!
Right here.
And
That's
he
going
doubled
right
it.
here. Yeah, and he's all no. He's all like, I'm not going to let you do that. He's all, don't do that to yourself. Like you make the money that you make here in New York.
Right.
So he like so I was like
Yeah.
So I started answering more ads, for
Okay.
cleaning. Like there's doctor's office and like lobby, like agency offices and stuff. So
the hitting the big time with that would be the Rainforest Cafe.
oh really?
When you have you ever been to a Rainforest Cafe?
No.
Oh, they have like really? You've never been to a Rainforest? Oh, dude,
Where is it at?
you gotta go. They're all over the place.
Oh,
It's a
really?
chain.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all over in the country. There's one in Vegas. There's probably one in New York. It's a neat place. But anyway, they have huge.
Oh, yeah.
The fish tanks are so big in there
Cool.
that when you see the guys in there cleaning, they're like literally wearing scuba
shit.
gear,
Yeah.
and they're in there like.
I freaked out. I went to the Great Barrier Reef and like I tried scuba diving and
Oh no way!
yeah, I did. I went down like once the first time and I freaked out, and second time I went down again and like I went down left the boat area like
Yeah.
because there's a bar at the boat that you get accustomed to like breathing and. So anyway, I started going down, and there's a line that you follow, and
Okay.
I just turned around and went back. Like I got pretty far down, like maybe like 20 feet. I turned around and came back.
Because it was scary, or
Yeah, I just like felt like my breath was getting shorter
See,
and shorter. Like
that would be me.
yeah, and claustrophobic.
Yes, because I already have a fear of water as it is.
Yeah.
So I mean that would freak me out.
Well, I have like fear of like I'm claustrophobic, but then I have like the fear of like vastness, like space. The thought of
So
space.
it's
the opposite.
Interesting, dude. You have both?
Yeah.
So you need a happy medium.
Yeah.
Okay.
So feet on the ground.
Interesting, dude. I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Someone having both of that.
Yeah, like the thought of like being untethered, like being in space and being untethered,
Right.
or being out like on a, like on the moon or something.
Oh,
like
yeah.
getting whisked away or something.
Or even just recently when those people were stuck out in space for, they
yeah.
weren't like floating through space,
Yeah.
but they were in the ship, but they were stranded out there. That's scary, dude.
The boat thing is like even like scary to me, like, or submarine thing, like,
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
it's both.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't do a submarine.
Yeah,
dude, the Nemo ride at Disneyland freaks me out.
Totally. I got freaked out. Like by the end of it, I was like heart beating. Like,
Right. I have to, when I ride that, because my kids like it, so I end up riding it anyway, but I have to push my face right up against the glass and just forget where I am.
Yeah.
And just pretend like I'm watching a movie.
It's scary. It's really, it freaks me out. I never had a panic attack until like I moved to New York.
Okay.
And I think there was several things like, stress and stuff.
Oh, sure.
Like I had
leaving the area you grew up in and all that stuff, yeah.
I had been there for like 7 years and I had a panic attack. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
But, so the fish tank thing, so I did that for a while. Then my brother ended up getting me in at the studio where he worked at. And my first job was like thrown into it, like, oh, we need a makeup artist. Like, you know how to paint, you know how to do this, draw and stuff. So he thought I could do it like right off the bat,
Yeah.
So I did like this event and I did pretty decent, like, so I did that for like 2 years, I think, until
nice.
that company sold,
Okay. Were you working directly for your brother?
No, well, I ended up being like doing, like, I'd work at counters, like, but floating around, like, I wasn't like at a counter, like, I was freelancer.
Okay.
But and then they gave me a title of national makeup artist. My brother was international.
Wow.
So I was national. I was flying around all over the state.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a lot of fun. That was the best, one of the best companies that I've ever.
So were you selling makeup, or were you like literally putting it on?
Just putting it on and developing videos and stuff.
Okay.
There was videos music videos. I'd go in and make sure that the artists use our product for product placement.
Okay.
And then sort of PR too,
Yeah.
And then sometimes if not, like, I was doing the makeup actually, actually doing the makeup, and I did pretty decent because men's makeup, for video and stuff like that. Like, I got good at it,
Okay.
Making them look natural without looking makeup on,
Right, because every time we see anybody on TV, they're wearing some form of makeup, right?
Like I'd sort of clear up their face and then go back and sort of dingy it up, add redness and stuff, so it looked believable, so it didn't look,
Okay. So you said you like music videos? Like, did you do lots of famous people and stuff?
Okay. I did Alicia Keys.
Oh, no way.
I did Kate Pearson from the B-52.
Okay.
Alicia Silverman.
Okay.
A band called Mr. North. Grace Jones makeup one time.
Oh no, Grace Jones?
Yeah. It was pretty crazy.
No way.
She was doing she was the entertainment for Armani. For their Christmas party.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was crazy, crazy Christmas party.
Wow, man.
Yeah, they had girls rolling around with cigarettes for people, all kinds of stuff. They even at the end of the night they started rolling around with Coke on trays.
Once they get you, they say, all right, we'll break out the good stuff later.
Sober 'em up. Let's
That's awesome.
So, I did that, and then my brother started his own line, and in between the two, I started go-go dancing and stuff at bars and clubs and stuff. And that was fun, but it was not conducive to daytime work, So
right.
I was doing both, and finally got enough money, making enough money to have my own apartment.
Okay, but you're probably getting no sleep at that time.
It was I'd go to work and then crash out and then go to dance and then
Yeah.
But and then I had modeling jobs there and just lots of different stuff, and then finally at the end of it, I worked for my brother's line, and I was a makeup artist for that line. He was the developer, the creator of the line, and that was through Wella and Amway, just Amway, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Amway, and then he just ventured out and did his own thing. So
okay. And is he still doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He does, yeah.
So does he still live over there in New York?
Yeah, he does. He does also gets businesses going and stuff, shows them how to present themselves and advertise and all that, websites, and his partner takes pictures of food and graphic design and puts it on a website and stuff. It's pretty cool. He does video too, but and then so
he like I broke away from that because I just needed to break from it, you know.
Yeah.
Traveling like all over the world, like Korea and spending 6 weeks there, like you know Australia, going there for like I don't know, like I think I was there for 2 months or like.
In Australia?
Yeah, twice I went. Like, yeah.
Dang, dude.
And just the flight alone is like the second time I went, I was like getting freaked out on the flight because I knew how much longer there was to go. You know, like the first time I was sort of excited. Second time I was like, oh god, like I have to be stuck in this thing with like all these people. You know, claustrophobia again.
Right.
So yeah, and then so I started working at a costume studio as their makeup artist. Like, and then I started being like, he found out that I was like had talents for drawing and painting and stuff. So I did that. I just started working at the studio full time, and that was a cool environment.
So those are things you didn't know that you had talent for your whole life growing up. You never.
Well, I mean, I used to do the decorations for the casino, large scale decorations.
Oh, really? At Shumash?
Yeah, since like when I was 16, I started. So
really,
I worked for a flower shop, and like through the flower shop, they commissioned him to do the decorations. So I did that until I was like 22. Like so like 8 years before I moved. That's
fun. But like in high school, you didn't like when you took art class. You didn't know. It was like, oh man, you got a gift.
Yeah, no. I just did it for fun. Like I always drew and painted for fun. So I don't think I'd be doing it. And the funny thing is, like, all my work that I've ever had, except for my first job, was all art oriented. You know. Yeah. So I got pretty lucky. You know.
And what are you doing now for work?
I'm doing this like sort of like party like event design and stuff like that. Same thing, but it's just like covers more like anything from flowers to decorations, lighting of the venue, fabric draping, you know, stuff like that.
So like weddings and stuff, kind of thing. They would hire you to do all the decorations.
Weddings, like galas, like the black and white ball is a big one, and like just like award shows, ceremonies, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Do you have a lot of competition? Like, is there?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but I'm trying to build up a repertoire because I just started doing it like recently. So. Yeah.
But like, there's no one else in the area that's kind of got the corner on the market.
There's people that do like quinceañeras and stuff. Like, you know, but they usually specialize in like just flowers and draping. You know, like like I'll hire like actors to come in and like do like be like guests, or there'll be fairies walking around in a garden theme party or something. Like stuff like that is like what I wanted to get into like more, you know. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Cool, man. All invasive, you know, like sort of like hands on and you know, like
Well, I mean, if you love your job, I mean that's what it's about.
Yeah,
you know
it's
what I mean?
like you get to create and stuff. Yeah. It's always different. So
I wish I would have gone that route of like getting a job because I liked it. Just kind of getting to the point like where. I mean, I guess we started our family early, so I mean, I was only 20 when our first daughter was born. My wife was 18, so it wasn't like we had a lot of time to really, you know, do that. I mean, I did go back to school a little bit, but it was just general ed kind of stuff. And then I got the job at the library, and I've been there ever since. So that was back in 2008. At Santa Maria. I started in Guad. I was hired for the Guadalupe Library, and then I was out there for like 6 to 8 months or something, and then I got a job at the downtown branch. So I've been doing that. I was just a clerk. So I mean, I do lots of stuff, but it's not a librarian, but people are like, oh, you're a librarian? I wish. I mean, they make a lot of money, you know, but you have to have a master's in library science. So like to have the title of librarian, that's like a big deal.
My friend Marty did that in New York. He
really?
Like at the big like New York library.
Oh, wow.
Manhattan Library.
Oh, dude. See, I would love it. See, when I go to places like that, that's what I want to do. I want to tour the library.
Yeah, he's
like, awesome. You're such a nerd, Ryan. It's like, yeah, but that's so cool. Like, see these big, huge libraries. It's so neat.
Yeah, I mean that place. Like he was talking to me. He said that they have books that you have to schedule an appointment to look at. You know, like because they're old.
Because they're like,
and they have somebody in the room like, when you're looking through it and stuff like that.
To make sure you don't like rip the page out and go sell.
It's not like they do special appointment. They just tell you the day that like that like you could do a viewing, like because they have several books open, you know, like that they put out or whatever you want to look at. Okay. So he did stuff like that. It was cool.
Oh, that's fun, man.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah.
So do you get back there often? Do you still have a lot of friends over there and stuff?
I've been back a couple times, but I still have friends. I communicate with them all the time on Facebook and stuff. Nice. I communicate with them a lot more than some of my friends that I've had.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you still in touch with anybody from like the high school days, or?
Some. I mean, like I run into people like on the street and they're like, hey, like, you know, and then I get back in touch with them that way, you know.
Right. It's hard not to around here.
Everybody's like has kids and stuff, so it's like
they don't have time to talk or hang out.
Everybody's busy.
I hang out. I talk to a lot of people from Guadalupe, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So like that, I went to school with there. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you grow up in Guadalupe? Okay,
yeah.
that's what I thought.
So there's I knew them since I was like grade school,
Right.
Like some of them since second grade, for kindergarten even.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
My wife is always like, she said always something, you can't go anywhere, right, without seeing somebody I was like, well, I've been here 47 years. So anybody that's like me that's still here after all these years, you're gonna run into people all the time.
I had a weird thing. Do you know Shannon Kwan? He was like in the acting and
maybe not. Anyway,
he was in chorus. Like he wanted to be an actor, so he was did singing and.
Was he our age, like our grade?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had a friend. His name's Louis, and he had another, he had these other group of friends, and so I'd hang out with them sometimes, and this one time I hung out with this one group of friends of his, I knew them for a year, more than a year probably, and then finally one day I was talking to somebody and I said somebody else that I had run into from Santa Maria from there in New York, big old city.
Oh, crazy.
And then his name was Chris. He ended up going to Rigetti.
Oh, funny.
He graduated. He said he remembered me he was a freshman and we were seniors.
Oh, okay.
And then so I said Rigetti and Shannon Kwanzaa, he was in that circle of friends. And we knew each other for more than a year. And hey, did you went to Rigetti? You went to Rigetti? Oh, yeah.
How funny.
And so we, that, and another time I was doing makeup at a Bloomingdale's, and this we had seats back to back, my client was facing me and her on back to her back is another client, So this girl turned to the girls the lady I'm working on, you don't strike me as a makeup makeup kind of guy that would be interested in makeup, but how'd you get into it? And so I explaining to her, and I said I went to Santa Maria, I lived in Santa Maria, and there's a theater there, Pacific,
PCPA,
because nobody knows Ellen Hancock College.
Right.
I wasn't in PCPA, but I just said, well, the college that's at, And the girl turned around and she's like, wait, is your name Chris Funkhouser? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, we went to Rigetti together.
Oh,
and
shut
she,
up.
She had her Letterman's jacket and held it up.
Crazy.
And this was right when I lived there, so she had just graduated,
Okay.
But she's she showed me her jacket. I'm like,
so she wasn't our grade, she was younger than us?
She was younger, yeah. But and she was, I don't know how she got on to be, I think she was just at the store and because it's Bloomingdale's 59th Street, it's their flagship store, first store. Mm-hmm. And so I think people go there to just check it out,
Yeah.
And then they do this weird it's like a flower show, sort of like a horticulture sort of it's like a zoo sort of, but with flowers, they have above the counters there's all one type of flower, bromeliads or and they have real plants in there, and they drop the temperature inside the whole store down to 50 degrees, so it slows the bloom cycle of all the plants, but they have everything's alive. They recreate forests in there, and
cool.
It's really cool. So all these people just go through and they check it out, it's really cool. And she was there for that, I guess, probably because it was during that time. So I don't know how she got an appointment, because everybody was supposed to be appointment.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
You bump into people like that
so weird,
halfway across the country.
Yeah, totally. I was in Hawaii and bumped into somebody from Santa Maria.
That's so weird.
I know.
So weird. I've had that happen, but also in California. It happened once in Tahoe.
Right.
We had a movie theater, and this was elementary school. And I bumped into some kid I knew in elementary school. I was like, dude, what are you doing? We were watching City Slickers. That's how long ago that was. City Slickers was in the movie theater. Yeah. And then one time when I moved down to San Diego, do you remember? Was it Aaron Zapata, I think his name is. He was a grade older than us. He was close friends with Tony Payne.
Yeah, I think I know. Yeah.
Me and Brian Sowers, we moved down to San Diego because my girlfriend at the time moved down there, so I followed her, and she's now my wife. But we moved down there, and we're walking around a mall, and we're in a Hot Topic. Yeah. We're walking through a Hot Topic, and I look at this guy, and he's looking at me and we're both doing that thing where we're we know it's you from Santa Maria, but our brains won't let us believe it, because how in the world could this be happening, kind of a thing. We're dude, what? So he was down there working on a Hot Topic in San Diego. I was dude, what are you doing?
He was working there?
He was, yeah. I mean, but that was back in 96 still, so 97, somewhere around there. So it wasn't too long after high school. Yeah, because I think we moved summer after my senior year because I had met
What's Brian Sowers
Bethany. Sowers is in Arizona. He's been in Arizona for 20 some years now. So
It's like affordable living there.
it was, but
is
it's
it
like
going up now?
it's still not as bad as Cali.
Yeah.
Cali's the worst.
Yeah,
or maybe New York. Those two states seem to be the highest living. But all those places kind of where California started migrating. First it was Arizona, New Mexico area. Then it was like Idaho. I have a lot of friends who went to Idaho, but now the prices there are like way up
I
there.
don't know what's in Idaho.
Yeah. Well, at the time they were seeking better prices.
Yeah.
And also different politics,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So everybody,
okay.
people are ticked off at Newsom or whatever. But and then it became like Tennessee. Everybody was going to Tennessee. We had a lot of people. We were looking at going to Tennessee, but then, like I told you, we went to Orlando just because my wife had a business thing over there, and it was in July.
Yeah. Did you like it there?
Oh, I mean, it was nice, but it was July, so it was like hot and humid. Not used to that.
Right.
You mentioned panic attacks. I have struggled with anxiety and panic attacks my whole life, probably since I was like 13. I didn't figure out what it was till I was like 33. Did some counseling, got some information and stuff. But one of the triggers for me is heat.
Oh, okay.
So in this area, I got over it. Like I was able through CBT and stuff to got over the heat factor, so it didn't bother me anymore. I could go to Disneyland when it's 95 degrees, didn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
But humidity is a whole different animal.
Like something pushing out on your
Dude, it was terrible. Yeah. So we went to Disney Springs, and just me and my wife. And it was still early in the morning. It was like 10 o'clock. And it was so humid, dude. Yeah. And I had a full-on, can't move, debilitating panic. The first one I'd had in forever, right? And it was bad. Yeah. And that's kind of where we decided, like, I remember on the plane home, Bethany's like, I don't think we can move to Tennessee because the summers are like exactly like this for 3-4 months out of the year. So there's just no way. Too like that. Oh, yeah. New York gets all the snow in the summer and then wintertime, too.
I don't understand about it.
Okay.
The heat like that is awful. Like,
it's bad.
It's just all cement,
Right.
I would literally make it a point, if I knew it was going to be muggy like that, like humid, I'd go to like Central Park, like get like where there's breeze going through.
Oh yeah, you like under a tree or something.
Yeah, because there's no like the heat on cement, and like you could literally see like steam coming up.
Oh, I know.
It's like, when you're driving a car, you see the vapor. Like okay, well that you see that like 100 feet away. Like seriously.
Well, I was going to say you can cook an egg on the sidewalk. It's probably true places like that. Yeah.
1 year, like I had to move. I moved to Elizabeth, New Jersey, for like a year probably, and it didn't work out. Like I hated the commute, and so like it was like 40 minutes drive, like in and
So you were living in New Jersey but working in New York?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then so I just hated the commute, like back and forth, and so I had a storage unit there, and like I had to move it out and like into my new place, and it was the hottest day of the summer, like that I've ever been there. It was 100, like it was 108 they called it, like
Terrible.
And I got lost in like New Jersey has all these like bridges, and like you have to go navigate around the bridges to get back on the freeway, and I kept getting lost, and how do I get out of here,
Yeah.
And finally I asked somebody, I paid them like $10 to drive me and let me follow them,
right
out of there, and so
you had to pay somebody.
Yeah. I offered them.
They wouldn't just do it out of the goodness of their hearts.
No, not New York's not like that.
Oh man, like, what's in it for me?
Yeah, if you offer to pay them, then they'll probably deny, like, nah, I don't need the money, but
right.
Like, and I'll take you, like, if you just say, hey, can you chase me out? What do you think I am? Like, it's a different story.
You have a taxi? What's the deal?
It's funny.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So it's gnarly. I mean, for guys like us that grew up here in the Central Coast, it's like it's beautiful all the year. It's like so to me, if it gets hotter than 80. I'm dying. If it gets colder than 50, I'm dying. It's just like you're just so used to this nice little perfect.
Yeah, totally.
But anyone else that grew up anywhere else, they're like, "What are you talking about? This is
We have a roommate from where's he from? Like I think he's in the military, so he's mentioned he said Denver for a while. He was doing something in Denver, but they bounce him around, and he's going to Kuwait, I think. Like
oh wow,
yeah, like I forget, he's like an analyst.
Oh, that's cool.
But anyway, he was like how what's it like over here, and like a week into it, he's like, "Wow, the weather's like really great. Like it's like this, like it's pretty good. Like all year round, you know, like we're lucky here." And he's like, "Oh, this is awesome." Like, and just the other day he was commenting about like how nice it is here. You know, and he's all like, "I could move here. I could move here."
Okay.
You know, because he doesn't like it too hot. And
yeah. Well, they say we live where people vacation.
Yeah.
Right. Like people come up here to vacation. It's like, well, I live here.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
Yeah. Blessed in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Lucky.
But then there's not as much to do.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
So it's like, what do we do here?
Like I tell people, like, you know, you could be like within like an hour and a half, you could be like in the mountains, you could be like at the beach,
yeah,
you know, sort of desert area,
sure,
you know.
Yeah.
So I think that, like if you're a nature, you know, person, then
yeah,
there's stuff.
That's true, and everything's not that far. Like I was twice a month I drive out to Cuyama for the library. I have to drive out to that little tiny library out there to do some deliveries, and I crack up because I can leave Santa Maria certain times of year. I can leave Santa Maria. It'll be 62 degrees. Yeah. And it takes me about an hour to get to Cuyama, and it can be 112. Well, like it can crazy. Double. Yeah. Just in an hour's drive. Like I mean, it's so weird.
Yeah, I know.
Crazy.
Like what it is it the mountains? Is that block of air?
Who knows, man? I mean, I'm sure there's like smart guy geologists, what do I call them? Meteorologist people. Like all right, cool, man. Let's dive into some music stuff. Cool. You're a big music guy. I have musical memories with you. I remember. I remember my name is Chris. My stank is funky. I remember that.
I used to say that in New York.
Oh yeah. That's so funny, man.
I used to think it all like Smith or something.
Yeah. But I remember you had a pretty eclectic musical taste too. So I mean, but I like to start like early. Like, what's the first memory you have of enjoying music?
I remember like being my godfather's car. Like he was like a gangster like type of guy, like cholo, like home, like in Guadalupe. He's like an older like Vaco like type of guy. You know, like he had an Impala and with a chain steering wheel, and he used to take care of me. And like he had A-tracks and
nice.
Like and I always would give him the Village People.
Oh really?
Because I thought the cover was like little toys. You know?
Oh okay.
And they sang, you know, so like I'd be like, play the toys, the toy figure guys.
You thought they were toys because the outfits they were wearing?
So I'd always have him play that A-track, you know. And but him and my mom used to listen to like old like 60s music and my mom loves Tina Turner and Aretha Franklin and Gladys.
It's like the Motown kind of stuff.
Yeah, she loves Motown. So nice. I listened to that a lot when I was young, growing up. Like Sunday mornings would be blaring. Like she'd wake us up putting on some of that music.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's sort of like the first music, I think.
Okay. Yeah. And then like as you get like older, you start to develop your own kind of taste in like high school, junior high.
It was weird. Like when I was like, whenever Beetlejuice came out, you know, like the movie Beetlejuice.
Okay. Yeah.
Like before that, like I started listening to like weird music, you know, like just like it was just music, not even really like lyrics or anything.
Just like instrumental stuff.
Yeah, and I liked the like Beetlejuice was like sort of like candy. Like I liked all the
music, like the Danny Elfman stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Like just the dun dun dun, like like all that, just
that guy's
jumping around everywhere, like sort of like there was not really a set rhythm to it.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
sort
of like how like I don't like I realized like I was diagnosed with ADD, you know. Like, So
early on, or no, later on as an adult.
So it's like you with like your panic attack and anxiety. Like I found, that's what that was.
Right, like you've known you've had it your whole life, but you never had it diagnosed.
Like I remember a teacher said, "Can he see?" Like maybe because sometimes when kids can't see the board, like they start drifting off and they're disruptive, or you know, like And that was like totally me. Like I couldn't focus long on things, you know. Like even now, like movies, I can't focus unless it's something I really want to watch.
Right.
Like reading, I was horrible at reading. I still am. You know, like I don't soak in the what I'm reading. You know, like I'll read things 4 or 5 times, over and over. You know?
But is there ever anything you read that you are really interested in?
Like I like nerdy stuff. Like like fish tank stuff. Like I have a saltwater reef tank. And so I like reading about that.
And you stay focused to reading that, right? Yeah.
Phenomenon, like strange phenomena. I like it's like physicists, like astrophysicist stuff, you know, like stuff like that. You know?
Yeah, but that's what I find always interesting about like ADD and ADHD is like they say, well, he has a hard time focusing. Yeah. But it could just be that you're bored.
Yeah.
Right? Because like if you watch a movie that you really like, or if you read a book that's just about something you're into, like something like Fish Tanks.
My mind just drifts like sort of too. But when I'm reading, like I just like I'll get to the point where I'm like, I don't know what just read. And I'll go back, and then another thing I would do is flip to like the end of the story, like it was going to tell me what happened all before, like, and then I jump around in the book, like, it just didn't work.
Dude, you just reminded me. I remember. Did you have Mr. Pratt at Rigetti? He's a guy everybody called Abraham Lincoln because he looked like Abraham Lincoln. I didn't have him. So I had him for English or whatever. And what was the book? Oh, Island of Dr. Moreau was the assigned reading.
Yeah, okay.
And whenever I had to do assigned reading, stuff I wasn't really interested in, right? I do what you did. I'm reading the same paragraph over and over and over because it's not sticking, right? But I had to write a report on this book. Right. So I remember specifically just reading half a page and doing 4 or 5 more reading half page, like trying to get like a Cliff Notes version. And dude, it was a disaster. I remember I went to his class and he's asking me, and I did my little report, but he started asking questions about the things I wrote in the report, like follow-up stuff. And I was like, I don't like. Yeah, he's mentioning characters I don't even remember. What did you think when John said this to John?
What's the significance of the blue dress?
Yeah, right. And I'm like, what the heck are you? Yeah, so he could tell.
Yeah,
and I think he even called my parents because I was working at Taco Bell at the time.
Right.
And he called my parents and told them that he thought I was working too much.
Oh wow.
He's like, I don't think Ryan should be working that many hours at Taco Bell because his work is suffering. I don't think so. I mean, I was only like 16, 17. I mean, couldn't have been working that much. Maybe 15, 20 hours a week or something. I know it wasn't full time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it's like, no, it wasn't that. It was just that I didn't like the book, you know, which is funny because now as an adult, I read that book. I love it.
Yeah.
So it's like things that I didn't like back then, a lot of the classic literature that I couldn't stand when I was forced to read it. I'm like, this is a great book now as an adult. But
I've tried different learning or coping skills for it and stuff, and I just can't and chewing gum and read or something. You know, people have all these different things.
They didn't try to put you on Ritalin or anything like that?
No, never. I started going for seeing a therapist when my dad passed away. I got depressed and started drinking a lot.
Oh boy.
So I went for my own. I went to jail actually.
Oh really?
Yeah, for I got into a fight and I smacked this guy across the face. Yeah, so he got me first and I hit him. You know, I smacked him and I guess he showed signs he was red on the face and I didn't have anything going on. You know, so they checked me because my ribs it was on my side and they checked me. I didn't have anything. So. They ended up taking me in and I was in boxers and I was buzzed. I drank wine with my friend that night. Yeah. And I had sandals on, boxers, and a tank top, I think. And they took me in just like that. I go, can I get some clothes here? And they're all like, no, we can't. And so
oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah. And then it sucked because I was in there for more than I was in there for almost a week.
Dang, a week?
Yeah.
Just for that?
Yeah. And then it was over a weekend. First it was Thursday, and then Friday came, and then there was a weekend, and then Monday came, and I'm like, okay, they should be calling my name to go see a judge, you know? So Tuesday came, and then they called my name, you know. So I went down there, and they put us in the tank with everybody's waiting, you know.
Right.
And they put you in a tank with people that you don't that weren't in your in your block or whatever.
Right.
You know? So I'm in there and there's crazy people in there.
Oh yeah.
This dude with California tattooed on sideburns on his face. It was California on this side, and then the state outline was on this side, you know.
Wow.
And this other guy that had a tattoo on his forehead, just crazy.
Yeah.
And then there's it was sort of toilet in the room, one roll of toilet paper, and the oldest guy's using it as a pillow. You know?
Oh no way! No way!
Yeah.
So, sir, can I use that, please? I gotta go to the bathroom.
So everybody got their name called to see the judge, you know, and and then the cop comes in. All right, guys, get ready. Let's go. Oh, hey! I'm yelling, you know, and the door's shut. I'm like, I'm gonna be here longer. So he opens the door again, you know, and he's all, was somebody calling? Somebody say something? And I'm like, yeah, they didn't call my name. He's all, hold on a minute. So he went and he's all, oh, you should have been out of here already. Like,
Oh,
a long time
no.
ago. He's all a few days ago.
Oh, no way.
What? Like he's all, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. He's all, if you feel like you need to be compensated, there's papers you could fill out. Like
Okay.
like if they keep you. Or
Did you do that?
I like it's so ridiculous. Like the stack of papers that you have like to fill out. Like it's extensive, you know. And they don't award it unless you have like a job, like full-time job, or you know, like kids and stuff like that. So I think they award it so like if you have kids, like you can pay the babysitter, or, like, job to pay the bills and stuff. You know?
Right, like if you missed out on your income.
But it's like a totally like crazy long thing. But anyway, charges had been dropped and stuff like the day after, and I should have only been held to like sober up, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was funny. Like I went in there and the lady's all like, she's like, you need to take out your piercings. I'm like, what? She's like, you need to take. I'm all, I can't take them out. I was like being like, I was so pissed off.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I was like, no, I'm not taking them out. And she's all, well, those they could be seen as money inside there. She's like, you might want to take them out.
She was trying to help you out.
Yeah, no, she's like, I'm like,
man.
do you have pliers? I'll take them out. And then she's all like, do we have pliers? Do we have any? She's whispering, and she's like, they're all, yeah, but we're not going to hand them to him. Like, this is jail. Like, you know, like so she's all, I'd advise you to keep your shirt on and not be walking around like that. You know, like, yeah.
And you're like, they didn't let me put a shirt on.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. So funny thing, real quick. Like, I was like, I walked in there. You know, at first, like the lady's all like, she's all. Do you think that you need to be in like sort of like a special unit, like like what, like retards? It's so messed up that I said that.
Yeah,
I don't use that word.
That word's coming back now.
Is it?
Yeah, it wasn't PC for a while.
Oh,
Now
okay,
it's making a comeback.
Okay, it's good.
Yeah.
I don't want to people get mad. So she's all no, like she's all, there's people who have had like beef with other like people in the community, maybe that you might recognize in in the community, like are gay, like this, that,
right?
You know, like special need people who have like medical attention, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gay. So like she's all, do you feel that you're going to be scrutinized or bothered or harassed?
Right.
Like I go, do I look at it? Like what the hell? Like, you know? And so she's all, listen, don't be funny. You know, she's like, I'm trying to help you out,
right?
Know? And then so she calmed down after, like because I was like, this is when they're fingerprinting you and taking pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
So she's all like, I'm trying to help you out, you know. And then she's all like, I'm all, well, I'm sorry, like it's my bad. I'm really sorry. I'm just a little buzzed. And
right.
Like you helped me inside a tank or cell, like holding cell.
Yeah.
Like so I could sober up or something. I guess like that's cold and smells like piss. Like guys go in there and they're like pissed off that they're arrested, so they pee on the walls, on the benches and stuff, and it just reeks in there.
Yeah, that's so scary, dude.
Yeah. So finally, like they take my picture, and I don't even remember, but when you get out, like you have to sign a paper and your picture's on it, and I'm all like smiling, like I told the lady, well, hey, that's probably the best looking picture that mugshot that you've had in come through. She's all, it is pretty good. She signed it and like said, that's
so funny.
So when I got out there, I had like these like pants that were like 10 sizes too big, and no belts, you know, like, and shoes that were too big, clunky shoes, and like you have to walk through a couple hallways before you get out, you know, like, and this t-shirt that was like real long, super long white t-shirt,
like a nightgown.
I'm like, and she's all, you have to walk down to the Denny's at the corner of the street, and there's a bus that comes by, and here's a token so you could get on the bus, and it'll take you to Santa Maria, you know. And I'm like, oh my god! And they let you have in there like into a black plastic bag, and I'm like, I left it, threw it away, you know, let it throw it away. And I walked out there. I should have taken the bag and used it as a belt or something, but
as you've been thinking, right?
Yeah. So I walking out, was holding my pants up the whole time, and I opened the door, and like, thank God, like my mom and sister had like been like out there, like,
waiting for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how they found out, but like they were out there, but.
Okay.
Yeah, and my friend that was visiting from New York that like got to see Santa Maria and like the beach.
Oh, this was happening in Santa Maria?
Yeah.
This whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh, it was after you came back.
After my dad passed away. Yeah.
Okay. What year was that?
2014.
Okay, gotcha.
So I ended up, because of that, like I decided to get help, like, you know, like with the depression and stuff, and and while I was doing that, like I talked about the anxiety and like stuff, like I had a panic attack even going to jail, like being handcuffed, you know. and then I was mad too, so it all came to a head, and so I started that, like I found out a lot of stuff for getting mental health. So like now, like I'm like advocate for like people getting help. Like
sure,
one of my friends just passed away, like and I tried to get him in there, and he passed away. Like this was like 2 weeks ago.
Oh no way.
Yeah, so. He called me one time and like he just had like he sounded really sad, and he was saying I have nothing else to going for me, like, and I was like, you need like let me talk to you about like something tomorrow, like when you're sober, and like so like I'll help you get some help. I'll take you to the meeting or take you to your doctor's appointment and stuff. And he's like, okay, well, all right, well, have a good night, Chris. And that was the last I heard of him. So it's pretty sad.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Sucked. So.
And that's in New York?
No, here. He's,
here?
It's
just a bummer, because I know so many people that have been, well, I know a lot of people that have been in that place and not made it through that place, but then I know a lot of people that have been there and gotten out of that and now look back and, like you said, they help other people now get out of that place. Because that place is
he drank a lot. I should, but
yeah.
I used to drink, but like it's just like not heavy like that. Like, I still drink every now and then.
Are you able to kind of, because you said when your dad passed, you started drinking too much. Yeah, too much. So now you're to the point where you can control it.
I was just sad. Like I'd drink and then I'd be sad, or like I was like acting out, getting in like physical like altercations and stuff like that. Yeah, people always say, "Do you get into fights and stuff?" It was.
Yeah, it was kind of shocking when you told me that too. Because that's something I remember. Like you're always like Mr. Happy, smiling, cool with everybody.
I put up a front sometimes. I guess like when I was, like a lot of people do. You wouldn't think
for sure.
Surprised that like somebody's depressed and like they're like put it like happy, seem happy on the outside.
Well, like I always think of like Robin Williams.
Let's
talk about that. There's this guy who makes a living making people laugh all the time. He's so funny, so talented, and inside he's got all this turmoil and depression.
He wants people to like him. He doesn't. He doesn't think that people like him as much as they do.
Yeah.
It's sad.
All right, cool. Let's get back to, so you started talking about Beetlejuice, Tim Burton.
Oh, yeah.
So are you a Tim Burton fan as far as movies?
Yeah, because the art aspect of it.
Man,
it's
amazing.
Yeah. I like his movies quite a bit.
What's your favorite one by him? Do you have one?
Well, I think it's Beetlejuice. Not the second one, but the first one was cool.
I still haven't seen the second one.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. Okay. I heard that it's sort of sets it up for a third.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's a prequel, I think. No, it's not a prequel.
No, it's a sequel because Winona Ryder's character is old and her daughter is Jenna Ortega.
They like set it up for like for another
to keep going.
Okay. Because my friend said that they sort of like that they do character what do they call it like introducing characters sort of because it's been so long.
What do they call that? Foreshadowing.
Like where they do character development, like where they like they because it's been so long, so like this new generation hasn't seen the first one, so they get back into it.
Well, they have if they had good parents like me. My kids have seen the first one. So.
Cool. I can't believe some people don't see like some great movies like Three Amigos.
I know, right?
You got to watch it. Yeah. You like I always joke about like I use the jokes from there a lot. That's a male playing. The little balls. Yeah. How can you tell the little balls?
Yeah, that was class, dude. That comedy group back in the '80s and early '90s was the best.
Yeah. So
Chevy Chase was one of the funniest guys ever, dude. That guy, he's so funny. But,
all of them.
Yeah.
So the other like I like techno music was sort of like that, like sort of like all over the place a little bit, like not too much like words and stuff, and then and it was good for me because like I'd go out like and go to like these parties underground things and like it's just burn off energy,
right? So it was, I know you're a dancer, like you like to dance.
Yeah. Well, like when I think I don't know if I was dancing when we hung out. I don't think I was.
I don't think so
because I got into it when I was like 15, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. I like it was like the latter part of like 15 too.
Okay. So, got into it in what way? Like
at Hancock, like going to taking classes there.
Okay.
And then so like I had to like take classes at first under my mom's name, like to get in there and because they don't take like it's I think it's 14 or 15.
Oh, because you were too young?
Yeah, too young, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, and then once I got to Rigetti and I was like started getting college prep classes there, like then you could get into Hancock that way,
Right.
And then so that turned into like me listening to like sort of classical music and sort of strange music for like modern dance and stuff.
Okay.
You know,
like interpretive dance kind of
yeah,
stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, and then the classical was like ballet, you know, like taking ballet class. And that was like, I always laughed at it, you know, like, and laughed at ballet dancers too.
Yeah.
And then like, I excelled in it. Like, it was like meditative for me.
So you enjoyed it?
Yeah. I mean, well, as much as you can, because it's like painful to like, like you stretching your leg up and like having to hold it up there, like, and it's beyond like where it should be, you know, so it's like strength building. It's sort of like if you went to the gym and you're working out, you know, like, you know, you have to think about keeping your body in all these like hips down and lift up and so like it's sort of like going to the gym, you know, it hurts and like, but you're like, it's different because you have to remember stuff, like, because there's a final like you have to perform it, you know, like, and then that's the whole thing. Like you want to, like, you tend to like not overexert yourself, but do your best. You want to do your best on stage in front of the audience.
Oh, if you have people watching you, that's a whole different animal right there.
So like that, it was fun. I liked it. Like when I would zone out sort of when I was like on stage. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, like I'd get into like my own little world, like sort of like.
Could that be bad though? Like if you're supposed to be doing a specific dance routine and you're like messing it up because you're.
No, you get into character and stuff. Like the audience isn't there for me. Like almost like. I just get into character of like concentrate on like what I like, put myself in the position of the character the role that I'm supposed to be in, you know.
Right.
And like I would never want to act, but like dancing, like it was fun. It was cool. Like, you know, because it's all like you have to get a point across using your body and you know, so
that was definitely an art form there for sure. I could never do it. I can't dance or nothing.
I was in a part and like it was about addiction and like the choreographer had gone through this thing of her own and so it was to Metallica, like Nothing Matters, you know. Like,
oh, nice.
There was the musical version of it, which is just the same as without the lyrics, you know. And like at the end of the dance, like I had to like hold on to a girl's face, and she walks out back into the darkness. Like she couldn't like sober up is what the thing is supposed to be. And like I kissed her, and like she's all like, "Oh my God!" She's all like, "That's perfect." She's all, "Keep doing that. Keep it in the dance. Keep it in the choreography." So
you mean you just did it like improv?
Because like I just like I thought like it was appropriate, like it would be appropriate for the part, you know.
And then the director loved it.
The choreographer loved it.
A choreographer,
and, because I held her face and and she pulls my hands down and so I like kissed her on her forehead like before, you know, and she's all, Would you kiss him back? And like,
so she asked for consent from the girl first.
No, she wanted her. She's all like, she wanted more than just the kiss on the forehead. She's all like, would you guys kiss? Like,
okay,
you know? And then it was just, we came out. Like, I don't know what made me do it. Like, I just thought it was appropriate. I didn't think about it before.
You were inspired, man.
Yeah, it was just opening night, and I just did it, and she loved it. And like the audience was like really like they got the part, like at the end when she walks back into the addiction, like the other dancers were sort of the addiction part, like they're pulling her down and like you know, like so like they envelop her at the end, like she walks into this darkness and just you can see the dancers and it's
a sad story,
sort of pull her down. It's really crazy. And so like I kissed her and like you could hear people like at the end like gasp, like because it's not, the choreographer made it look like uncomfortable, like she's getting jerked around and like, you know, like you know, like
it's showing the struggle.
So and that's the lights dim onto that, you know, like on her
that's
and
so
on
cool.
that.
And this was at PCPA
at Hancock, their dance department there. So,
nice, dude.
I danced there since I was 15, so I was like 23, so like 8 years there.
You don't do that kind of thing anymore?
I tried to, like in New York when I moved there, but before I had moved there, I got into a car accident. And like I was hit in a hit and run in Santa Barbara, or not hit and run, but he ran a red light. And it hit me on the driver's side. It was pretty severe, like bad accident. Like my leg was stuck between the door, which was smashed in, the steering wheel and the seat. Like, you know, and I had grill marks, like burns on the side of my head here.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Grill marks from his radiator busting.
No way.
And my car was filling with smoke. And
did you black out?
I think I did for a second. I definitely was in shock. And then so what happened is like I was stuck and like I needed to get out of the car because it was feeling like smoke was coming through the dash, you know. So I like put my seat down, like, because I could barely get my hand in between the door and the seat, you know. And I put my seat down and I went through the back. I was going to go through the back seat, and I had twisted, like, using the other seat as leverage, and then another boom, like, hit, you know. And I thought it was my car blowing up or something.
Oh,
I got scared, you know. But all of a sudden, like, I just fell into the back seat on the floorboard, you know. Like I felt like I couldn't push myself up either.
Right.
Like, I was like, it was almost like paralysis. Like a brief paralysis sort of. And my friend Stacy came and he's all like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" Like, he was like, "How did you get in the back seat?" You know. Yeah. And then so I had pushed his seat forward, and I was like trying to I lifted my head, but I couldn't get my arms out from under me, and he like got my arm and pulled me, and then like I was able to start like pins and needles on my feet, you know, like through, and then it went up through my body, and like I helped myself get out of the car, you know. But like a lady had came over and she said, "Oh my God, I thought you were gonna be dead. I thought you would be a dead person in this car for sure." And she saw the accident and everything.
Right.
Like, I had 3 witnesses that saw like that I had the green light, and he went through the light and hit me.
Was he still there, the guy that hit you?
Yeah, and he stayed in his truck. He was like shocked and afraid to get out of his truck.
Yeah.
And so like in that kind of accident, the liability and fault always goes to the last car that impacted. So that guy was like cussing and like screaming and yelling, and like so much to the point where I think he might have been like drunk himself. Like he might have been drunk, because I mean the car accident we were in the first initial accident, and like there was like a good like maybe a minute went by, and then the other car hit, you know. Like he had to have seen the accident in the middle of the street, you know. Right. So I defended myself, and I took pictures and drew out like a chart, like a map of like the intersection, and explained myself thoroughly. I took pictures of the car, the intersection. My car had been like drug on its side like 23 feet, you know, like on all 4 wheels, like. Yeah. So there's skid marks. I took pictures of it, and it went in my favor. Like the judge said, you know, like some lawyers don't even like develop a case like evidence like this, you know. Right. And I had got everybody's name that saw the accident, you know, the lady, the 2 people on the corner, and then my passenger, but my passenger like didn't really count because, you know, like he's the passenger. So yeah, it was crazy. So anyway, I had a slip disc in my neck. I couldn't lift my arm up past my shoulder for a long time. So yeah, and then I tried taking class in New York, and it hurt. And then I went to an audition, and I couldn't lift my arm up. I said like, and then they wanted us to partner, and I couldn't do. I just was like, I can't do it. I'm not going to stick around for that. You know, I couldn't do it. So I just like didn't. I left actually. So it was really sad. Like realization. You know, like sort of like.
What year was this that happened?
That was the accident. Yeah, was 2000. Like 2000, probably 2001. I think 2000. Oh, okay. 2000.
So you're still pretty young at the time. Yeah. Early 20s.
Yep. And it's been giving me problems lately, like my fingers get numb. You know, really? Yeah, I'm seeing a doctor for it now.
So. Oh man, like a neurologist?
Yeah. No, well, I'm seeing a orthopedic doctor right now for the time being. But I get this like sharp pain from my shoulder to my elbow, and then it's just like a same pain down. And when it gets to my wrist, it's like my fingers are being crushed and my fingers go numb. It's like weird, like it's awful. Like it hurts so bad sometimes. And I finally went to the doctor like last month, and so they're checking it out. They think I have an impingement, so like I'll get it taken care of.
Wow, dude,
that's crazy.
Gnarly. Yeah, that's scary stuff, dude. Yeah. All right. All right. So where are we leaving off of that with you talking about? Oh, I was gonna ask you. So you mentioned that Metallica song, and you were talking about classical. Have you heard their albums that they did with the symphony?
Yeah. I think that
might have been one of the ones. Nothing else matters with the San Francisco Symphony.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard that teacher was doing warm ups with that album.
Yeah.
Like, with that,
it's such a cool sound. I mean, if somebody would have pitched that idea to me, okay, look, we're gonna have Metallica join forces with the San Francisco Symphony Orchestra.
It works great,
dude. It's beautiful. It works great. Yeah. Even in the songs where he does the vocals, still, it's just it sounds so cool.
It adds it brings it to a different level. Yeah, like totally. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like I know like older people that have that album. Like like I went to their house and they have it like as background music like, while we're like conversating and stuff.
I would have loved to have seen that like live. That's probably such an experience.
Yeah, totally.
We just went to a couple weeks ago. We went to San Luis and at Cuesta. and they had a string quartet that was playing 90s music.
Oh, wow, cool.
So it was like
That's
all
cool.
instrumental, but it was like in an orchestra form.
Right.
And I had decided when we went, I was like, because my wife was like, oh, let me read the playlist. I was like, no, I don't want to know the playlist.
Yeah.
I want to try to guess the songs, right?
Yeah. Cool.
And they started off with Everlong by the Foo Fighters.
Oh, cool.
Which I couldn't get. I knew it, and I'm like, I know this one. And then they said it. They goes, oh, that was Everlong. I was like, oh, that was what it was. But then every song after that, they told us what it was before they started playing it. I was like, oh! And all the other ones I would have got. I would like most of the other ones I would have had. I would have nailed it. But they did like Cranberries. They did like No Doubt. They did all this.
I like
other
No
ones.
Doubt too.
Oh
That's a good band.
yeah. They did some cool stuff.
They performed in like here, like in Guadalupe before I heard like on a house party.
Who did? No Doubt.
Yeah, like,
really?
before they were even big.
Interesting.
Who is it? Like what's the group? Like also like
Sublime.
Sublime.
Okay.
Yeah, when Sublime was like they did stuff like nearby, and we were doing a show in San Luis, and somebody went and talked to them about like hey like I got a bunch of people like they like really dig your music like in
that's
Santa
so
Maria,
cool.
like, and so they got him to come over here, and they like I guess like these like sort of cholo guys showed up, and they were digging it like
really
they were like it's cool because the guy whose house it was at his older brother was sort of like gangster guy, like sort of like sort of not gangster, but he was sort of like living the life of that, sort of,
Well, that 90s ska stuff appealed to a lot of the kind of the gangster guys. It was, which I find funny.
Well, No Doubt is totally like from Orange County, so
right?
Like, and it's very like some of the references in the song are like towards Latino, like she has whole videos about that are like Mexican oriented, like the Virgin Mary, and she's what's it, Luxurious, the song.
I don't know.
Been so many nights and days thinking how you did me, baby.
Oh, okay, yeah.
She it's like she's breaking piñatas in it. She's at a barbecue. she's laying in candy, and she's done up.
Which people these days would call appropriation.
Yeah.
Because she's a white chick. She's not allowed to do that.
No, she's
not.
She's allowed about that.
I'm with you. I'm just saying there's a certain portion of the population
She's an ally.
like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
But do you remember, did you ever hear Voodoo Glow Skulls? Remember that group?
I've heard of them before.
Okay.
But
that's like a kind of 90s like skate, ska, punk kind of band, but they were all like cholo looking.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And they would release an album in English, and then they'd release the same album in all Spanish.
Oh, wow.
And they had a bunch of Spanish songs, but it was really cool.
Were they big in Mexico and stuff?
I don't know if they were from they're from LA area, I believe, but no, I don't. They
It's
were
a good way
big
to become famous.
Yeah.
With the song in Spanish, like
maybe
Mexico's like a huge like demographic. I mean, it's a demographic period, but it's like it's just so many people live there,
Right.
So if you get a hit there, it's like
something they
Madonna,
can understand.
That's what happened with Madonna. Like,
oh yeah,
La Isla Bonita.
Oh yeah, I love that song.
So once it hit there, is like So that's why I think she does like songs in Spanish every now and then.
Okay.
Like, at least on the single, she'll have it in Spanish too.
Okay.
It's
nice.
Cool. Yeah, she did What It Feels Like for a Girl, which is really pretty.
Okay.
It's a nice song. It's really.
Are you still a Madonna fan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen like 6 shows. Like I just went.
Oh, you've seen her live?
Time. Yeah, like 6 times.
Shut up.
6 times. I paid like $1,200 this last.
How
night,
cool
to see her, but we were really close, and then they almost took us to like into the pit where it's like you're looking straight up. But I'm glad we didn't, because we would have not seen part of the show.
Right.
Like her concert came out like in 2 different areas out into the audience. And so we would have missed that part. Like we'd have to look back. And like the seating's like at an angle, so we would have totally been singing the back of people's heads,
That's so cool.
But it was really good. She puts on a great show.
I bet.
If you ever get a chance.
Especially considering how old she is now.
Yeah.
Was she in her mid-60s or something?
I think something happened like where she like had to get she's 60, I think. 62 maybe.
Man.
But I think she got like something done with her butt, and she couldn't. She wasn't dancing as much as she usually does. Like,
you mean she had to have like a procedure, or like she tried to do some cosmetics?
I mean, her butt's big. Like somebody, there was a rapper guy, I think, and they were commentating. They're all like, "Since when did Madonna become turn into an ant?" But their butts. It's funny. Like
a huge thorax.
Yeah, thorax. Yeah.
Okay.
And but she wasn't dancing so much, but usually she is I mean, she's doing technical stuff, and one concert she was flying from one side of the stage to another, high up too. Like she starts the song off, and she's like maybe 20 feet in the air, and she just jumps, and like she lands smooth, completely smooth. And there's these guys like with ropes, like pulling her up and hoisting her. But they're landing her on musical cues, so she can like it's supposed to be Japanese animation, so like, and so she's. And
talk about skill, man.
There's pow bam on the screen behind her, and she's having to land and hit those things on point. You know, like yeah.
Do you have a certain like kind of like era of Madonna that you like the best?
I liked I liked the Erotica album, like, sort of, because it was like, you know, like I was like teenager, like going through puberty.
Yeah, I would say that's probably one of the most sexual albums you have. So
that, and then I liked the Confessions, it's called, like it's the Hung Up album, like Hung Up on You, and then I like the Drown World tour too. Like that was Ray of Light. Okay. Yeah.
So that's some of that's like later stuff.
Yeah, it's like sort of middle, like middle, I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah, because this last stuff is sort of like rappy sort of type of music.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I've heard the latest one I heard, which might not even be the latest now. I might be 4 albums behind.
The Bitch on Madonna one.
I didn't hear that one.
That was the Rebel Heart.
Oh no, I have heard that one. That's with the great cover, and she's got some weird thing tied around her face. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she's got cool stuff on her.
Okay. I've heard some of that. Yeah.
She's got she's got cool songs like that should have been released that she doesn't. I don't know if she does it on purpose or what.
Maybe.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, there's cool dance songs that she's had, and there's just good songs.
Well, she's probably like Michael Jackson or like Prince, like where they have like for every album they have like 200 songs.
Yeah, well,
and the label's like
2 albums.
Yeah, but even then, like you still got to pick and choose. Like, okay, we're gonna do a double album, so we need like 30 songs.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, I have like 150 written and recorded. They're like, well, we're only going to do 30 of them.
Yeah, Rebel Heart, she leaked songs that she didn't put on the album. Like, so people would think that was the album, like and be downloading it, and they thought they were getting like the bootleg of it. You know? And then she released the album, and none of the songs were on it.
Okay.
Like, at all. They were contenders to be on it, but cool.
Yeah. So I like a lot of her. I love her music. It's really funny. I say that to people because I mean I'm a punk rock guy. Like I love punk rock. I love fast like heavy guitars, that kind of stuff. And people find out like I'm a huge Madonna fan. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But I think it's like partly nostalgic and partly just because her a lot of her songs have that feel element to it. Like they make me feel, and a lot of that is like her slower ones. Like like This Used to Be My Playground is probably my all-time favorite Madonna song. Yeah. It's just so good, but right? Yeah, and it's all nostalgic. It reminds you of being a kid, like the old days, and it's just like, man. But like I love like her Bedtime Stories album. I love that one, that's Secret and Take a Bow and all those and other ones, of course. But
that's good.
But then the dancing ones are great too. Like when that song Music comes on, it's like, please, that's like one of the greatest dance songs of all time, right there.
There's a song called Impressive Instinct that's good, really good, and Nobody Knows Me is a good one. Like I like that song, like related to it sort of. She's like, don't let a stranger give you social disease. She says in it, you know. It's sort of like it goes along line with like mental health stuff. Sort of, you know? Like not wanting to go out, sort of like being like closed in, sort of, you know.
So do you? So as a huge fan of somebody like that. Does she ever do things either in her public life or like whatever where you're like, oh, like why did you like, oh man, no, right? You know what I'm saying? Like
she does,
to where it's like this contrast where like I love the music, but at the same time, some of the things she does is kind of like, I don't know about that, you know?
Yeah, she does.
Okay.
I don't know, like the last one. Well, like during Hamilton, she like was in the had an iPad and go in the theater as it was going on, I think.
Oh, really? Like she was bored?
Yeah. But I like her being a dancer, I don't think I'm sure it was like very like important, you know?
Yeah.
Because like dancers, like I think they appreciate it, you know?
Yeah.
Like they appreciate that stuff. Yeah. Dancers and actors, like people think that, like same thing. But it's totally different. Like PCPA was at Hancock and dancers like were there. Dancers could appreciate like the acting. Actors think that dancers are just like one field and that's all they do, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so, and it sort of is, but like actors are so weird, like, because they're always like being in a different character, so you don't know what you're getting, you know? Like, like it's really strange. Like, I don't trust them. Like, even in New York, like, I realize that. There's very few actors that I've met that, you know.
Yeah.
that I got along with, or that I wanted to be around, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you have an all-time favorite Madonna song? Or that's a hard one, huh?
I like it goes along the lines of the music again. Is Bedtime Story. Let's Get Unconscious, and it's a Bjork song actually that Bjork
really?
wrote it for Madonna.
Oh, interesting. Oh, it's not a cover, but Bjork wrote it for Madonna.
No, I think Bjork. Well, because Bjork uses like some of the lines in the song. So like in her music. So I'm not sure if it was.
Interesting. Okay.
She may have wrote it for herself and then gave it to Madonna.
Right.
You know. But I like that, and then there's like Devil Prayer, which is on Rebel Heart, and like what's the other one I just listened to? It's another song from Confessions on the Dance Floor. But yeah, I think that's like my favorites. Those three.
Awesome. All right. Well, last thing we'll do for the music is if you can give me like your top 5 all-time favorite.
I think
artists.
Lenny Kravitz would be one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice,
and
dude.
I like Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay. Nice.
I like Madonna, and then like I sort of I liked Michael Jackson, but for a different like reason, you know, like he just made like like his songs were like story. Like I wouldn't say that they're like dance music, you know, like but
some of it is.
Yeah, I mean they were meaningful, I guess. You know.
Oh
like,
yeah.
You know,
like lyrically.
Yeah, like he had a point to make, and you know, which is cool. I think people should do that more often. Not as much as Michael Jackson did, because it seemed like he was always trying to do, you know. But
it's like quit preaching at us, man.
Yeah. We know the children need a home. You know?
Yeah.
We got it. Yeah. But and then I like Green Day for some reason. Like, you know, like, it's just.
There's no for some reason. It's
they're
awesome.
I didn't like them like in high school too much. Like,
so you didn't like the pop punky sound?
Yeah,
you like more like when they got a little more polished. Yeah, like American Idiot.
I like Green Day too. So I mean, No Doubt too.
No Doubt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
So what's funny is remember I told you I went to that '90s string quartet.
Yeah.
So 1, 2. They did 4 of these ones you mentioned.
Really?
Yeah, they did Lenny Kravitz. They did Fly Away.
Oh, really?
They did Under the Bridge by Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, cool.
And then Green Day, they came out and they did Smells Like Teen Spirit. They said was their last song.
Cool. Yeah.
And then they did an encore, and they came back for the encore.
Yeah.
And they said, we couldn't do any 90s without doing some Green Day.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, but then they did Good Riddance.
Oh, cool.
Which kind of already has an orchestra string.
Yeah.
So I was kind of disappointed. I was like, I love the song, but I was hoping they would do something a little more, you know.
Yeah, it's like people want to, like, you know, like as musicians, probably they want to, like, I want to play that song. I want to learn that song.
Yeah, probably.
Like, one of my exes, he was playing guitar, learning how to play guitar, and he picks like the hardest song to learn, like probably on guitars, like "Don't Tell Me to Stop." Like it's a Madonna song, but it's
really okay,
and it's all over the place. Like you know, just like within the one like count of 8 or count of 4 step. You know,
wow.
I say count of 8. Dancers count to 8, and musicians count to 4. You know.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
So yeah, it's like all over the place. You know.
Okay.
And he was learning how to play it. So. It's like, and I wanted to try, like, because it just looked all, you know.
Yeah.
But my mind doesn't work. My mind's like, doesn't work that way. So I was frustrated.
Sometimes our mental, what we want is different than what our abilities allow us to do.
I never understood drumming. Like couldn't do it.
Yeah.
You know.
What's weird about drums is, dude, I can play along, like spot on to some of the fastest punk beats and stuff on my steering wheel.
Okay.
like hitting everything. Dude, I mean, hitting spot on.
Yeah.
But you give me some sticks and a drum kit, dude, I'm so off.
Like,
I don't get it. I don't know if it's just because like the drumstick makes my arm extended more and messes my timing up or what.
Well, like my friend told me, like you're holding your sticks too hard, like too like tight.
Okay.
Because you can't be fast with them if they're stiff. You know,
we got to loosen up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I tried playing the drums like a couple times when I was younger. So
yeah,
but that's what I remember. That was the tip that he gave me. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Are you able to give me 2 or 3 songs for each of these that you really like?
Those?
So starting with Lenny Kravitz.
I like Black Girl.
Okay.
And then I like was it? There Comes a Time is good. Ready for Love, is that what it is?
I don't know the name of it. Black Girl, I know.
Yeah, I like those two. I like the second album too. American.
Okay.
What is it? Like, is it American? Is it?
What the Mama Said? Was that the first one or the second one?
The one that has like a 5 on it, like I remember.
Oh, that's the 5th one.
Oh, is it?
That's
is
what it's
it
got.
5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it is like, right? Yeah. The one that has a
Which
5
number is it? It's the one with the 5?
It's so long ago.
I think that's the second album.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I wouldn't put it past artists to pull stuff like that because they do that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this album, what would you call this album? How about 12? It's your 3rd album. Yeah, but let's call it 12.
Someone did 8. Someone did an album and they called it 8.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That was about being an auspicious number, like, you know. Like,
Oh, okay.
Like it's an Asian, like, sort of feng shui.
So there's a reason behind it. But the rest of us are like, is this their 8th album?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it's their 3rd album.
Yeah.
What?
So yeah, and
okay.
so Lenny Kravitz was
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Red Hot Chili Peppers. I like just like for like the funk of it is like Aeroplane and
Oh, yeah.
and a Walkabout.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Like, I like that. Those two.
It's cool stuff, yeah.
I like just the funk of it. I had a modern teacher that did. I think I'll go on a Walkabout. You know?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was weird. Like
Yeah, because Flea's bass lines are just
Yeah,
amazing.
crazy all over the place.
Oh, for sure.
And then. I like that album, Blood Sugar Magic.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
I like that
Yeah.
album a lot. It sucks. Like I've seen them in concert twice since then,
dude.
and they don't play it at all. None of it. The only song they play is Flea's like "I'm a Little Pea" song. Like
Oh, really?
yeah, because Dave Navarro wouldn't sign like to let them use this music because he helped write it. You know.
Oh, you're talking about One Hot Minute.
One Hot Minute.
Yeah. That's the one
so,
Dave Navarro was on.
Yeah. So they
Yeah.
he won't let them use their music. So
What a jerk,
none
man.
Of none of that's played. Only like "I'm a Little Pea."
That's terrible because
Yeah.
there's great songs on that album.
A lot of great
Dang
songs,
it.
too. Yeah.
That's
Because they came out with a lot of videos for that album.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so it's
What was
like
it?
sort of
My
like
Friends.
Yeah, My Friends,
the one you said, Aeroplane.
the one about Joaquin Phoenix or River Phoenix.
Oh,
River Phoenix. Yeah.
Brendan's Death Song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the one like I know.
Oh, yeah.
Is it My Friends?
That's My Friends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
My
yeah.
friends are so depressed. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one, too. But yeah, those guys are awesome.
And then what else is there?
Then we have Madonna. You gave me a few. You already gave me quite a
yeah.
few songs for her. And then I put Michael Jackson, even though you.
I like.
Not sure if you're realistic with that.
I Just Can't Stop Loving You.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a good one. I like
That's a
that.
good one.
And then like Remember the Time Was Cool. Like, I just like the.
The video was cool too.
Yeah,
The
the
beat.
beat of it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Remember the video had like Magic Johnson and Eddie Murphy, and wasn't Grace Jones in the video too?
No, that was Iman.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You could see why I would confused.
I like a lot of dancers in that video. Like I've taken class with or
Oh, really?
dance with. Yeah, like,
Nice.
Yeah. Before I moved to New York, I had actually like auditioned and did a couple dance things. Like
Yeah.
for, you know, like but yeah, I worked with a couple of them.
Okay, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like the people, the girl that they kept like focusing on the most in the video, like she was one of my choreographers.
Oh, really?
Dance teachers, yeah.
Okay, the really pretty one. That they kept focusing on.
Yeah. She's doing like the body rolls.
Yeah.
Like, going real low. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, Michael Jackson's got some really cool stuff. And then Green Day.
I like the what's it like American Idiot albums all the time.
Okay,
Like, I don't
yeah.
know,
That's a good one.
what's this like one of the last songs like on their newer album, like I mean it's old now but
Oh, I don't know. That's kind of hard to say. The brand new, but it's
something
old
about
now.
like Walking on the Streets or something like that, Walking on the Street.
Oh, Boulevard of Broken Dreams?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That song's cool.
Yeah, that is a really cool song. Yeah,
I like
for sure.
like lyrics sometimes, and songs are like that too. Sometimes I can't pay attention. Like it takes me a long time to register what the song's about. Like I hear the music first, which is weird because like reading is an auditory skill. You know, like, and like with music I could hear it. Like you know.
See that's a gift.
Yeah.
That some people have
with music.
Yeah, where it's like you hear it goes into your ear, but then it translates into your mind differently than other people.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I don't know. Like I've always been like that. You know, like sometimes like I like words and music will go together. Like like I hear it really well. Like, but yeah, for the most part, it takes me a long time before I hear music. Yeah. Like when if I'm doing yard work or if I'm doing something, I've learned that like a while back I've learned that like whistling keeps me on task.
Oh yeah.
Or making noise keeps me on task.
Interesting.
Like, any kind of noise, people get annoyed by it. Like sometimes you know, like I do art therapy, you know, like.
Okay.
And I just keep going to it because I think it's good for me, you know.
What do you mean by art therapy?
Just like it's like group meetings and like where some people you go to groups like where like you talk about like you're depressed or your anxieties and you know some people have like they got different levels of like depression or they're agoraphobic or you know stuff like that, like they got stuff going on. But I go and I just like art group, you just go in there and you just like it's sort of meditative. You know some people color, some people like paint, you know, like I bring my own supplies to it, like as I started painting.
So it's people doing artsy stuff that's kind of for like mental healing.
We don't even really talk that much in there, like,
okay.
You know, like we check in and like talk about like how our week was, but like some people like see it as meditation and some people see it's like a sort of like it's good for them because it's like a schedule sort of type thing, you know, like, and even when they're in the group, like the teacher, like the instructors are like they, you know, like he's not an instructor, like he just like he keeps people on task and like, you know, like because some people need it, you know.
Right.
You know, there's all levels of people like in there, and all different types of people, and it's sort of cool. It's like, you know, like you don't feel like you're like the only person that you know.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Because you're with people that are maybe not going through the exact same thing, but similar enough.
Almost like people should like everybody should like experience it.
Yeah.
You know?
That's cool.
It makes them like more acceptant, like or understanding of like you know, because like I think like our parents probably especially like didn't understand. My mom definitely didn't understand why I was going to mental health and wellness like for you know to get treated and stuff. She just was like no, like what, like you know, like what, you're not depressed or you're not like what's anxiety, like you know, like,
right.
Like, she just didn't know. In fact, one time a teacher had asked my mom like. Is he hyperactive or you know how is he at home, you know, like, and my mom was like no he's not, like, you know, like I don't know if she took offense but she answered real quick like no. Like,
well, that's so funny because my mom kind of did something similar because back when ADD was first becoming a word, I was probably in elementary school and I remember like maybe my third or fourth grade teacher tried to tell my mom, well, I think Ryan has this thing, and she got all like defensive and like he's not anything wrong with him, he's you know he's this and that and he's just a kid, right? He's rambunctious, he's normal. It's like he's a boy. Boys are just generally more hyper than girls. It's just the way it is, and still true today. I mean, I got two of each, like they're very different, right?
Do you have any kids that like are like hyperactive or ADD?
Well, I mean, my older son is not diagnosed, but he would tell you he has ADHD. Yeah, for sure. Cool. But I mean, my boys are
like he's aware of it, you know, like because like it's open conversation now.
Now it's different, than when we were at his age. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like people should go and like experience that. You know,
sure. Yeah.
I mean, because a lot of people have kids that have like you know like issues, you know, like like when I was a kid, I was like had obsessive compulsive things. Like,
oh, really?
Yeah, like I attached feeling to everything, like emotions to everything. Like that piece of paper, like I'd throw it away and I'd sit down and I'd think like, what if that paper's lonely? Seriously.
Like how sad.
So I'd go into my notebook and pull out a freshly like no writing on it piece of paper and throw it away. Like, and I'd like, oh God, what if they don't like each other? You know, like, and I just keep on like coming up with like scenarios, and then like so finally like I like started tearing up the paper. Like, okay, there's two of them. There's like you know, because I would go through my whole notebook of paper like binders, seriously throwing it away like because of this thing that, like, torment my mind. You know?
Couldn't get past it. That's funny.
And my brother had a little bit of it too. Like he used to flick light switches and. I have a little bit of it. Like in high school, I went through the same. I'd wake up every morning and do the same thing, like same pattern, same routine. Okay. And if I didn't do it, like it'd be on my mind all day long. Yeah. And I'd usually get in trouble at school, like for not paying attention or you know, like because it just wrecked my train of thought, my day. You know. Yeah. It's weird.
But you were funny in school, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you were like class clown.
Yeah.
Did you win class clown?
Oh no.
You got something in the yearbook. What was it?
Like Spirited or something.
Oh, Most Spirited. Yeah, that's right.
I think it was that. Yeah.
You and
director of rallies and stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You were very outgoing, very.
Yeah. You know. I did rallies like my sophomore year. It was like Jerry Star was like. She's all, no one's ever. She's all, we're gonna put somebody with you, and the other person they put on there, she like I was doing all the work myself, and like she stopped completely. Like so it was just me. Like and Jerry, like I don't know, she never said anything, but she let me be director of rallies the following year. You know?
Okay.
So it was sort of pretty cool. Like I guess I did a good enough job.
Yeah.
You know? But,
I ran into her at Hancock a couple years back when I was
she teaches
going to school
art,
there. Does she teach there?
Yeah.
Okay, I saw her in the gym actually. I was going to work out.
With her.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I had to remind her because I was like, "Hey, Jerry," and she's kind of looking at me. I'm sure she has all the time.
Yeah.
These kids she's taught 20, 30 years ago. She's probably like, "Yeah, I know you, but I don't know you," right? Yeah. So I told her my name. I was like, "Oh, it's Ryan Hesher." She goes, "Oh, okay," and she remembered it immediately.
She remembers all the cheerleaders.
Yeah, I bet.
You know,
for sure.
She was all their squad captain.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah. So I was telling like somebody like in like about my high school experience, and telling them some stuff that went down, and like I go, yeah, my high school experience was pretty fun. Like I mean, it was totally like of the time, you know, like 90s, you know, like our cheerleaders even did Teen Spirit routine. Not like I thought that was cool when they did it. I was like, yeah, you know,
yeah,
it was cool,
fun stuff, man.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right, and lastly, the only one we didn't do is No Doubt. Give me a couple songs from them that you like.
I like Luxurious, like just because it has that like homey feel to it. You know,
is that on the Rocksteady album?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
yes, it is. And then again on Rocksteady is the Hella Good is good.
Yeah,
it's a cool beat. You know, like the bass in it again, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I like those songs. I like Don't Speak is a great song.
Yeah, that's the one they did at that string quartet.
Oh really?
Don't Speak,
cool. Yeah, that's a really good.
Kind of a slower one, but yeah, great song.
Yeah, you know the quartet. It reminded me of there's a mariachi band that like on video Facebook. I've seen it going around, and they're like doing Lady Gaga.
Really?
At a table in a Mexican restaurant.
They like cover other songs. That's
they're
so
singing
cool.
it too.
That's so cool. I love when groups do that though, where they take like a classic, well-known song and they do their genre. Right. Like, it's so cool.
I've heard Britney Spears done by a rock and roll band. Right. Sort of like heavy metal. I think, maybe. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's so funny when you hear stuff like that. But yeah, there's a punk band, Me First and the Gimme Gimmes. I've never heard of them, but they do all covers. Yeah. But they do punk rock covers of like old songs.
Have you seen the Molly Ringwald?
Yeah.
Band?
Oh yeah.
They're
local, right?
Yeah. I want to see them.
Yeah.
They travel all over the states. Like all over the state.
Yeah, they were playing over here, right at the Centennial Park.
They do like bars
concerts in the parks.
Right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I want to check them out.
Every couple months, it seems like somebody I know on Facebook posts a video of them playing.
If you hear of them, then
I'll let you know next time I see them playing.
Have you heard of Scissor Sisters?
Scissor Sisters? No.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah,
it's a good band. Like it's great. Like it's sort of like pop, rock and roll. Like
and they're local.
No, they're New York.
New York.
They got albums out.
Oh, okay.
I was friends with them, like with the drummer and the singer. Yeah.
The Scissor Sisters.
Filthy and You're Gorgeous is one of their songs you might have heard.
Okay.
There's a lot of them. Let's Have a Kiki is sort of one. It's sort of electro. Some songs are. It's sort of like covers a lot. Yeah. But it's really good. And then The Ones was another group. It's an all guys group.
The Ones?
Yeah, they sing that. They wrote the Absolutely Flawless song. It's sort of like club scene sort of type of thing, but George Michael bought the rights or asked to use it. So like they made a lot of money just off that one song. Like Maybelline used it for a commercial.
Oh no way!
Yeah, like several. It was used 3 times. Like in a movie too.
See, that's all I want to do.
Yeah.
I don't want to be famous.
Yeah.
I want to create something that just pops off, and then I get millions of dollars, and then they keep playing it in commercials for the rest of my life, and I get royalties, and I just live off that.
Totally.
And everybody's like, well, who wrote that song? We have no idea.
Yeah.
And then I can still walk around in public, and nobody hounds me or nothing, and nobody knows who I am.
Yeah, that's easy, right? But you know, like I have a friend, and like he was like he wasn't a poet or anything, but he wrote songs for Kesha, and and like a couple songs. He submitted songs for Britney Spears to you know, to read over and see if she likes them and stuff.
And she didn't because she's too snobby.
No, well, one of them, he got into the writing because one of his roommates used to do that, and he did a song with his roommate for somebody, and like it was like not mainstream, but anyways, he started writing songs and he'd give them to his roommate, and his roommate would like present them, you know. And he got a couple songs out there.
Nice.
Like it was cool. It was
awesome.
pretty like, and then he like wanted to do his roommate had like keyboards and recording stuff. So like they messed around, and like he was really like he did one of his songs that he wrote like a little short part of it, like they wrote the music for it, and put beats behind it, and like it sounded good. Like anybody could sing now, like with all the auto tune.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's the way they make music now is so different.
And like they cut his voice out, and so it would fit within a stanza of music, you know, like sort of like the frame of music and stuff. Yeah.
Right. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Very cool. Yeah, just
For
terrible.
anybody, I mean, if it happened on the other side too.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, it's so weird to me that that's who they put in.
Kamala?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they were trying, like, well, I mean, there's, the people say that, like, she was put in so because they knew that, like, it was, like, a lost cause, but then people say that, like, she was put in so she would get, like, the minority vote.
I guess. But the thing is, if they would look at polls, nobody liked her.
Yeah.
Even Democrats didn't like her.
Because of the work she was doing here in California.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It was almost like she was, like, Republican, like, doing Republican.
Well, yeah.
You know? Like, for real.
Yeah.
Like, the stuff she was doing here was, like
yeah.
You know?
Like when she was DA, you mean? Or when
when she was DA, yeah.
When she was busting people for weed and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, she should have just been more honest like that,
right.
with that stuff, you know?
Well, she's a politician.
Yeah.
You can't be a politician and be honest at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. She, like when she was saying, like, you know, like laws have changed now. Like, you know, like she should have, like, put her like personal point of view, like, you know, out there, like, been honest about it, you know, because she didn't really say, like, you know, like, I realize now, like, you know, like, it's not that big of an offense, you know, like,
right,
or, you know, something like that. She just didn't she didn't address it really, you know?
Right.
Like she could have said, like, you know, like, people like that should be released, and you know, that should be all looked back into, or, you know, something like that. You know?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with saying, I did these things.
Yeah.
If I could go back in time, I would do it differently. Mm-hmm. I've learned from my mistake. I mean, like,
the honesty of it.
Yes, it's like when people try to hide that.
Yeah.
No, I never did. What are you talking about? No, I didn't. It's like, we have it on tape. No, that was doctored. That was it. No, just admit it. Just say, look, I messed up. And I wish I could change it, but I can't. Yeah. So moving forward, I'm going to be this way now, or whatever. You know?
Totally. I mean, even like Trump, like, you know, like, I mean, I've liked Republicans, like, in office, like, they're, you know, what they've done, but like Trump is just like hard for me to put my, like, you know, like, to get why people like him. Like, I mean, he's lied so much. He's almost like they're hearing subliminal messages that's like like keeping them interested or something.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I can tell you from my stance on that. I don't like Trump. Like, and I think that's true of a lot of more right-leaning people. Like, we don't like Trump. We don't want to sit there going, man, Trump is just the best guy. I just want to hang out with him and take my family out to dinner with him. And it's like, no way.
Right.
That's not the way I'm looking at it. But I'm looking at it more, and this is just the way I vote, I guess. But I look at who is going to be in office going to affect my personal life.
Right. Yeah. So
somebody will say, well, Ryan, you know, he slept with a porn star. He cheated on his wife. He slept with a porn star. You say, Ryan, do you agree with that? Well, no, I don't agree with that. Yeah. But how does that affect my life? It doesn't at all.
Well, your kids. I mean, your kids might think that that's okay.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to teach them that's okay. I mean,
but they're going to find out. That it's like mom and dad have been lying to me. Or
well, do you think they would think it was okay, like, because he's the president, and therefore?
No, I think that they would like because you, like, parents don't tell their kids or expose them to it. Then then it might be okay. You know, like, it's not because the president did it. You know,
okay,
because you never had to talk with them. Like, you know, like, that's wrong. Like, you shouldn't.
Oh no, yeah, I definitely would. That's what I'm saying.
I have friends that, like, don't I know they're not telling their kids about it, but they like they like Trump and, like, have a picture of him in their house. Like, seriously, and it's a picture after he got shot. Seriously.
Wow, dude.
And, like,
now that's heavy.
I'll probably hear about it, but it's next to a picture of Jesus. I swear.
Wow,
and
dude.
It's right by the clock, so you, like, when you look at the time, you see them both pictures.
That is nuts.
I'm just like, wow. And
see, I don't get that.
And then then they're Christian people. Like, well, the wife is more so, I think. But I know they're not telling their kids about it, and, like, so, like, like
You mean about the bad things he's done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, so, like, mom and dad were hiding this from us, you know, and mom and dad support somebody like that. So, like, I should support somebody like that, maybe is what they might think, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they're going to find out about it, you know?
Right.
If not, at the least right now, they're probably hearing, like, Trump is a bad guy, you know? Like,
Sure.
And that's going to make them want to know why. Like,
Yeah.
what's he doing this about?
Well, I think it should be age appropriate. Like, obviously, I'm not going to tell my 5-year-old about the president sleeping with a porn star. They don't even know what a porn star
it's
is
on
at
the
that
news,
age.
though, like, you know,
Right.
Like, it's...
Yeah. But I also wouldn't let my 5-year-old watch the news sometimes either,
yeah.
because just some of that stuff's not age appropriate.
Yeah.
But if they're in their teenage years, I'm not going to hide that from them.
Yeah.
I'll be like, look, he did. I don't agree with most of the things
Yeah.
he's done in his personal life.
I don't know. Like, if I had kids, I think I'd be, like, open and...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Even like an early age?
Not that young, but
Okay.
I mean, but I would tell them, like, you know, like, he does things, like, I would make it clear that, like,
Sure.
you know,
Yeah.
things are, that he does things that aren't, like, really
Right.
cool, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're teaching, like, if you bring your kids up, like, Christian, then,
Sure.
like, that's something that, like, you know, you want to... Like,
It is, yeah, and that's you hit it on the head actually, because that's exactly the point, right? I don't want, because I know Trump claims to be a Christian,
Yeah.
he does all this stuff.
well,
And
it's weird, all the people, like, how they hold him up, like,
Yeah.
like, you know, like,
I agree with you. If I was at someone's house for dinner and I saw that they had a picture of Jesus and a picture of Trump up on their wall, I would be weirded out by that.
yeah, it was weird.
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, and everything that they like you talk about, like, you say something like, wow, like I asked Christian, like, hey, like, I said, what do you think about what happened, like, with that truck exploding, you know, like, and he's like, then they chimed in and like, oh, well, they found a passport and they think it was placed there, like, or it was placed by Democrats or Democratic.
Oh, right,
like,
right.
You know, I'm like, wow,
Like they excuse everything.
Everything.
Yeah, see, that's not,
Yeah.
I don't think that's healthy.
yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's just weird.
I don't think that's healthy if it happens on either side.
Yeah, no, that's what
Right.
I'm saying. Yeah,
I mean,
totally.
the
like,
whole thing.
like, there's moments too, like you asked about Madonna, like doing stuff that,
Yeah.
you know, like it's, I feel that way too, like,
Sure.
with you know, the opposing side too. So.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. With like, so you appreciate someone's work, like say Madonna, and say, "Well, I love her songs, or I love this album, or whatever. She's very talented." But that doesn't mean I'm signing on for everything she ever does in her personal life and say, "Oh yeah, everything she does is great."
I don't understand how people like say like, oh, like they use what she does in her personal life to affect like what her music, like her music. Her music's catchy and it's like fun to listen to. Like,
Right.
you know, like why does like her showing your tits like
Right.
make you hate her music? You know?
Right.
Like it's
Right.
crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I understand, or what she's done in the past, like affect like what
Right.
she's now. You know, like
Well, I don't get that
anything.
either. Yeah.
It's like she's been around for a long time and she's
Yeah.
doing something right. You know,
Sure.
so
Yeah,
I
she's
don't know.
popular for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's people in my life that'll say things like, when I'll be like, "Oh, I love this so and so's album," or even an actor, like, "Oh, this movie was great. It had this actor or whatever," and this person's always like, "Oh, left wing loony, blah blah blah," and I was like, "Hey, I don't care.
Yeah.
That doesn't affect the movie I'm watching.
Yeah.
This movie is not about all those left leaning thoughts that this guy has. He's a great actor.
Yeah.
He made a great movie.
Totally.
I can leave all the politics aside and I can enjoy this movie. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. There's people like that. "Oh, I'll never buy that guy's album ever again." Why? Because he voted for Kamala Harris. What?
Yeah.
Or vice versa. I'll never buy that because he voted for Trump, or he showed support for Trump. You know, Chris Pratt. I'm never watching any movie with him again.
That, you know, like
Right.
he's allowed to. They're allowed to do that. But, I mean, if he was going out of his way and doing like crazy stuff, like maybe you know, like
Yeah.
you know, and that, like I sort of appreciate that. Like in like the Cheeseman group, like the girl who like accused that guy of recording her.
Yeah, dude, how funny is that?
Like, I would boycott her. Like, and that's good that her work fired her.
Yeah.
you know, like I think that's good. Like, you know,
I was seeing all this stuff posted on the Cheese group with the Facebook and all this stuff, like, and I was like, "What is this? I didn't even know what this is."
Yeah, but that's good though. I think that's like that was smart of them to do because like their client like could be like people like that man, you know, like yeah, it's not cool.
Yeah.
That happens a lot in New York actually. Like this guy called somebody like dumb because she couldn't get his order right. And,
Like at a restaurant?
Yeah, and then she said, "Excuse me." She's like, "You know what?" Like she's like, "I'm going to deny you service," and I think he called her a wetback. Like,
oh no!
Like she was a Latin girl, and like,
Yeah.
and anyway, they found out who he was. Like first of all, he gets off on the same train every day. That was a regular place where he stopped at.
Okay.
And then so he was easy to sort of find out where he worked at, you know.
Yeah.
So and then the video went viral. So like anyway, like they fired him, and he like the news reporter. The New York News is so funny. Like it's good. Like they're like, oh, he's not going to find a job for a long time.
Yeah.
This is what happened. So and then they start his segment with him, like, and it's caught on video, like him saying that, you know, like,
yeah.
And so like they start, like, they put their opinion in there, like, or make a joke of it, you know, and then they show the video, like, then they report on the story that they're joking about, you know, like, so funny.
See, that's when, as a corporation, that point is when you have to do something. Even if you don't want to, you might think, man, this guy's my best employee.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I believe what happened. Maybe he didn't even do that. Yep. But the whole world's talking about it. And if you don't fire him, then your business goes down the tubes, unfortunately.
People have to be held responsible.
Yeah.
You know?
But I agree with you, but the hard thing is, like, it's not always true.
Oh, yeah. Well,
you know what I mean?
The
like
videos, like, I'm talking about, like, the videos.
Well, but even with the videos, sometimes you don't see the whole video.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, I always wonder, like, well, what, like, they'll show, like, a fight.
There's a crossing the line point, though. Like, it could be an argument, and then, like, somebody says something or does something that, like, puts it in a whole different thing. It's like if we're talking about something and, like, I got pissed because you, like, don't agree with you, like, and I, like, throw something at you. You know, like, that's uncalled for. Like,
well, but that's my point. Like, what if only all the video showed was you throwing something at me?
Oh, yeah. Well,
but they didn't show the beginning part where I maybe hit you in the back of the head or I did something to you first. Yeah. But if only all they see is you throwing something at me, they're going to say, oh, man, Chris is a jerk. He needs to be fired. Right. You know? And you're going, no, it was self-defense. And they're like, yeah, sure, buddy.
I don't think about that. Like, kind of stuff first. And, like, yeah, totally. Like, like I was getting into fights, like, when I was getting in trouble like that.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking beforehand, you know, like, like, and I would just, like, go and, like, I would get pissed off and, like, respond to it, like, that way, you know.
Yeah.
Like, but, like, I mean, no, like, make sure you got some witnesses or something.
Right,
know, like,
right.
So
well, and that's what people do now. They pull the phone out.
Yeah.
That's why we have videos of all this stuff. But I'm always like, we need to see the whole, from beginning to end, if you really want the full story.
Yeah, totally.
Even some of these famous people, and I'm not trying to defend any of this, but, like, you look at guys like Diddy, and you look at guys like R. Kelly, and, like, you have all these accusations, and it's like...
But, I mean, like, do you not weigh what ultimately happens, like, you know what I'm saying, like a slap in the face first and then a punch and, like, later, you know, not somebody else.
I mean, there's, like, circumstantial stuff, obviously, like, and again, I mean, if you were to ask me to stake my life in one spot or the other, I would say Diddy's guilty, R. Kelly's guilty, but I'm just saying, like, it's so easy now for everybody to jump on that train just because they saw a little 30-second clip of something.
So people use it in their advantage too.
Right.
You know, like,
right.
Yeah.
And it's scary because I think, well, what if somebody decided they didn't like me?
Yeah.
And they wanted to, especially now with AI.
Yeah.
That's some scary stuff, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they could make it look like I killed somebody.
The abortion thing is like that. Like if they legalize, or if they like they could, like, people could just accuse people of, like, you know, like rape or like, you know, stuff like that.
Yes.
So there's got to be some kind of
that's happening. They're already showing that's happening in college dorms.
I think, like, the abortion thing could be, like, whichever way it goes, like, why not just, like, if it's legal, like, why not make rules and, like, you know what I'm saying, like, make, like, make the law clear of what's legal and what's not, and what's deemed as, you know. Like,
well, I can tell you why they won't do that, because everybody has a different idea of what that should be.
But, like I said,
there's
like,
no consensus.
Yeah, well, like, if they look at science, then like, I think there's a lot to be seen. I mean, ultimately, it's like I don't know. It's not my body to make a choice, but abortion to me is like, it's a life. You know, like, after a certain point, it's a life. Like baby.
What point is that for you?
Fetus, probably.
Fetus,
yeah. Like, once it starts becoming, like, heartbeat or, you know, like, the you know, I think that,
as soon as there's a heartbeat to you, that's a life.
Embryo or fetus? I forget. Embryo.
I think embryo is
I think it's
sperm to egg. I believe, right? Zygote.
Division of the egg is zygote, I think. And it's embryo and fetus.
Yeah,
I think.
I should know that stuff, but I don't.
Because it's proven. I mean, I know it's crazy. We're not like kangaroos, but kangaroos, like, give birth to a fetus. Like, it doesn't have fingers or toes,
Right.
And it's not recognizable, like, and it makes its way from the vagina up to the pouch and then inside, and has enough thought and mind to attach onto like a nipple,
or instinct.
And it can register. What causes it to do that is it registers the heat and temperature of the outside,
right?
And it wants to get warm. So like if it's registering heat and temperature, then it probably has feelings and like can feel like pain and stuff, you know. So that's sort of like where I stand.
Well, they've done video of abortion procedures, and you can see the baby like is shrinking away. They're going. I mean, because they do that even with an ultrasound.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've had 4 kids. I've been in there for the ultrasound. They put and you can see like it's. I don't think it's painful per se, but it's not comfortable with the ultrasound, right? They kind of try to go away from it, you know. Yeah. So I mean, some of those abortion videos are just gnarly.
I've seen one by accident, like I didn't realize what was going to happen, like at all, like, you know, and then it was just horrible. Like
you saw an abortion by accident,
like on
a video, you mean?
Video, and it was just horrible. Like and then like I've seen things like on those gore websites, you know,
I can't watch that stuff.
That there, you know, so sad. It's like innocent. It's like you know, like I know it's totally different, but like when I see animals like being abused, you know, it pisses me off. Like,
me too.
Like
me too.
I want to reach through the screen and just beat them.
Right.
It's like they're loyal, like
right.
Not, you know, like.
But you eat meat, right?
No.
Oh, you're a vegetarian.
Yeah.
How long have you been a vegetarian?
14.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So when we were hanging out, we were both vegetarian then, because I was 15 when I became a vegetarian. I'm not 14. Anymore, but I was.
Yeah.
For a long time.
I started eating chicken I say like recently because it's been like more than 30 years, like 33 years, you know. But like maybe about right before I moved back from New York, I started eating chicken again.
What caused you to do that?
I was like working out and like trying, like I wasn't gaining any muscle weight. And my muscles were actually like getting smaller. Like I was like sort of. Like I had got really thin. Like I weighed less at one point than I did in high school. And in high school I was in good shape. Like you know, like lean. I was in muscle.
Well, that's a good curse to have, dude.
Yeah. I just recently lost like a bunch of weight.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was like 50 pounds heavy.
Oh, dang.
Maybe a little more.
How'd you lose it? Just working out?
Well, I got on Wegovy. Like they put me on Wegovy. It's like Ozempic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was borderline, like
diabetic. Okay.
Borderline.
Yeah.
That's what they give. Like they put everybody who's borderline on. Yeah. They get them on.
Yeah. So that like Ozempic, it just kind of makes you not eat as much.
Yeah,
you're not as hungry.
It curbs your appetite a lot. Okay. You know, it sucks. Like sort of sometimes like you get lightheaded, like, you know, because you're not eating like as much, you know. But you get used to it. Like in the beginning, you're like that. It's like that, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I tried a lot of stuff, but the reason why I gained weight was because like depression medicine, you know, like and all that, like anxiety medication, like it makes you like gain weight. It sedates you too much, and you don't want to.
You don't do nothing. Yeah.
So I changed my medication, and then I like, you know, started that. You know, I told my doctor, I'm like, you know, like it's depressing me. It's depressing more like not doing anything. You know, the world's happening all around you, and you're just like zoned out.
Right.
Know? So so I got on. They put me on Wegovy.
Okay. Are you still on that? You still doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they take you off of it or.
You just for rest of your life. You stay. There's no side effects or nothing that you noticed.
No, like at first I got heartburn, but that was.
Okay. But then you get used to it, and that goes away.
Yeah.
You're not like popping Tums every.
No.
Okay.
And to me, like the heartburn wasn't even that bad. Like like Tums needed or anything.
Oh, okay. Just like slight.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I don't think I've had. I mean, lightheadedness, like standing up or like too fast, but that's normal. Like if you do.
Yeah. That's normal for guys our age.
Yeah. Is it really?
I think so. I think we just start to get
tying
that
your
way.
shoes. I had a hard time tying my shoes.
Right.
Like even I'm like had them tied and like slipped them on. You know.
We were just talking the other day about like what age is it you get to where wherever you sit down or stand up you go like every time.
That happened today. I was like,
just start doing it one day. You're like when does that happen?
Low toilets like suck.
Oh yeah, totally.
We got to change that toilet. We got to get a tall toilet. like, 'cause, like I wake up or I get up, my feet are like numb, like tingly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too.
I used to have my shoes tied, and then like I do this like to pull them on, like because I couldn't bend over, like lean over to like pull them on.
Yeah, too funny, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's bounce back to abortion a little bit because so I'm kind of curious what your take is, because you already kind of took a view that it becomes alive pretty early to you. Heartbeat is that's pretty early on.
Yeah,
it's like 4 weeks, 5 weeks, something like that.
Is it?
It's pretty early. Yeah, I might be a little bit wrong on the numbers, but it's pretty early on.
Yeah.
That's one of the first things that they can detect.
Right. I'm not sure if it's like heart or the brain that I would go with, like,
okay,
because brain registers like your brain, like feeling, and
right.
But life, I think, definitely starts like with heartbeat.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, you brought up science. I mean, I think science, even though a lot of pro-choice activists don't like to talk about that part, but science pretty much shows sperm to egg, life begins, right? I mean, it's pretty indisputable at this point. So,
would you say like sperm to egg is the beginning of it? Or?
That's what I think. Yeah. As soon as as soon as fertilization takes place. I mean, obviously, I know there's people that say, "Oh, every time a woman has her period, it's like an abortion." Yeah. No, that's like saying every time you eat a chicken egg, you're killing a chicken.
Well,
no, you're not.
Percentage of like women that miscarry, like I mean, like at whatever stage, it's pretty high up. Like
yeah, miscarries are for sure.
Like when they like most like pregnancies don't go past like third month. I think like she's pregnant or second month. I think it's a high percentage. It's like 60%
of miscarriages.
Yeah, like the women, like the women don't even know that they're pregnant half the time.
Yeah. Well, most women that have multiple children have had at least one miscarriage. We had one miscarriage in between. I think I want to say it was in between our second and our third child, which is why we have a bigger gap. Because like I said, oldest is 26, then a 23, and the next one is 17. Oh, okay. So we have a bigger gap, and then
5 years, right?
Then the youngest is 15. Yeah.
So me and my brother and sister are all 5 years apart.
Yeah, I didn't know you had a sister.
Yeah, she's 10 years older.
She's the oldest?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was a sister between I think it's me and my brother. Maybe my brother and my sister. I forget which way it was. But, my mom carried her full term, and at birth, she twisted, and then the umbilical cord went over her neck. So.
And she died?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Died like a couple hours after she was born.
That's brutal, dude.
Yeah, I think my mom might have been afraid to like have me like actually.
Yeah, I bet.
She was scared. Yeah. Because both my parents come from large families, like 10, or my mom's 9, and my dad's side is 11, I think, 11 or 12. Kids, like siblings, like, and like I think they might have wanted to have like a bigger family.
More,
and I think that sort of slowed them. Like,
that's got to be hard, especially.
Yeah, I thought about it. I didn't realize how much of a traumatizing thing that would have been until like I was like probably in high school, like. Yeah. Like me and my brother and sister would always like say like, have another baby.
Right.
Like, we wanted one, and. Like it was probably like horrible for my mom, to hear that.
Well, it's hard enough to have a miscarriage when you're 2 months, 3 months along, right? Full term, especially if you don't even know there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, she thought she was going to have a healthy baby. I mean, the baby was healthy. Like
that's so crazy. So our oldest, we were told she had the cord around her neck too, and they had tried to induce because of all that, and like I still. I'm in awe of this whole thing. Like we told the doctor no, we didn't want to induce. Oh, yeah? I look back on that. I don't know. I don't know. Dude, we were young. I was 20. She was 18. We had no idea what we were doing. It's our first kid, and we're telling the doctor. He's like, I think we should induce because I want to make sure that the cord is. And we're like, nah. I look back on that. And I think, dude, what? Who did you think you were? Kind of a thing. Yeah. But I still remember when she was born, when my wife pushed her out, the cord was around her neck. Oh, well, but the doctor, he said, wait. Before as she was pushing because he didn't want her to push her too far out, and he took the cord and he lifted it over her head, and then my wife pushed her.
My sister, like she lifted her arm, I think my mom said, and it went over her head, just the way she was positioned, So somebody like sometimes it happens like, and it's too long like for them to get the baby out. So I think that's when it's. Fatal. And
I think things like that, if they were to happen today, they'd probably be able to handle it a lot better.
Well, see it before.
Exactly. Because that was you were born, 78, 79?
Yeah, 78. Yeah.
Okay, so your sister would have been, 75? 69, okay.
Yeah. My mom had her, like, right after high school. Like, she waited a year and then she had her. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
My mom was like first.
Oh no, that's your older sister.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the one that didn't make it.
Yeah. No, I was 78, and then so she was probably like
she was
3
before,
years older. So
before you, yeah.
So
like 75. Okay. Wow, that's crazy.
75. If she was between me and my brother, it'd be 75.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your older sister is like 10 years older than you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're all 5 years, and then my dad and mom are 5 years apart too. So.
Okay.
My mom was married before she graduated high school.
Oh, crazy.
Right? Her junior year, she's Taurus, and then her senior year was Funkhouser.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's so cool.
I know, right? But I think it's like common then, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Sure.
Maybe.
Can be. Yeah.
My parents lived next door to each other in Guadalupe.
Oh, that's so fun.
Yeah.
It's like kind of grew up together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad said that he used to like try and catch her like when she was outside, like coming out of the house, you know, like, so he could talk to her and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. My mom lived in the garage next door to my dad because my grandmother was she was the victim of spousal abuse. So she took the kids and she left, and my grandma, my aunt, my mom's aunt, told my grandmother like, hey, there's people across the street, maybe they might rent the garage out to you, like, you know, because I guess somebody had lived in the garage, is what I heard. And so my grandmother, like, she went to Salinas and then she ended up in Guadalupe, and then my dad moved into the house next door like after, you know, from West Virginia to that house. Yeah. Because my grandfather got a job at the base.
Oh, okay.
So they moved here, yeah. Okay. So that's how they met. Cool. It's crazy, right?
Yeah. So again, back to the origin of life. So you would say heartbeat.
Yeah.
But do you think, but then do you think that because you believe life begins at a heartbeat, do you think abortion should be illegal from that moment forward? It should only be legal before heartbeat?
I think in terms of like I mean, it's ultimately, you know, like, it's the woman's body, like their body, you know, has to go through that, but I think it's hard, like, I mean, like rape, incest, you know, like incest has got to be even worse, like, difficult to deal with. But I think maybe like the law should be accepting towards that if the person chooses, you know.
Yeah. Well, those are exceptions, and I think even people in the pro-life camp would probably make exceptions for things like that. But I mean, that is such a low percentage of the abortions that are taking place. It's rape and incest. It's like,
and then like another thing too is like you got to think about like how many people, I know people that have had that have done it as form of birth control, you know, like, and it's crazy. Like, why would you want to put yourself through that so many times, you know,
instead of just using some form of protection? Right. It's like, it's crazy. I know.
And that needs to be like mental health is made more, shed light on more now. Like protection needs to be or it needs to be offered for free, and it needs to be talked about more, so women, girls could use it more. You know.
Well, I think we're pretty inundated with that, right? I mean, you can get free contraceptives pretty much anywhere.
I think like a little younger though, like when they're going through puberty, it should be talked about.
Yeah, like sex class talk and all that stuff, right? We have that in California.
They're out of like schools now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like we had a week of it, I think, when we were like in junior high school.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they, you know, and we had papers that we had to sign. Like, if we didn't want to, if our parents didn't want us to be there, like they signed it. You know, so I think that's fair, right?
Sure.
Like, I mean,
I think so, and the only reason I do believe it should be the parents' job to teach their kids that kind of stuff. Right. But the problem is, there's so many parents that aren't teaching their kids that kind of stuff, and their kids go into that and they're learning it about it on the playground, and they're learning about it the wrong way.
Fun. Like,
exactly. So they don't understand the repercussions of it. So I mean, I think like maybe the public school should offer it, but the parents can opt out if they say no. We already talked to our kids about that. We don't want your version of it. We just want to teach our version of it, whatever that is.
It needs to be the full thing needs to be taught to them. You know?
Sure.
Parents give like I'm sort of shy. This is hard to.
Well, it is an awkward conversation to have, right? So
that is.
But
and to be honest, like my parents never really like talked. I mean, in depth about it, you know. Yeah. They didn't talk in depth about it, so not like the week long conversation we had in school, you know.
Yeah. But anyway, so with the abstinence teaching versus, that's kind of where we're going. Abstinence versus safe sex talk in school, that kind of deal. I don't know where I fall on that. I mean, it's.
Well, I think it should be had. Like, it's necessary, I think. I mean,
to teach safe sex or to teach.
Well, if you're gonna teach, like, if you want to like legal, well, either way, like you gotta. teach, like, it all comes down to, like, pregnancy and
Right.
STDs, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to, like, keep your kids safe, like, it has to happen. So,
Right.
but if you're not doing it, then I think a responsible, like, reputable person should be doing it.
Yeah.
Like, it should be there. To,
Right.
Right. Maybe doctors should do it. Like, you make an appointment with your doctor and they have a little talk, or,
Oh, there you go. That might work.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. Totally.
But back, like, with the whole my body, my choice thing.
It's a little selfish, I think, sometimes.
Well, I mean, I have a hard time with that argument, only because I don't, like, from a pro-life standpoint, I'm not really concerned with the woman's. I mean, it's the baby, it's the body inside her body that we're talking about, right? That's what I have a problem
People
with.
say it's not. Like,
but it's like, it's like, you want to say it's her body, her choice. I would say I agree with that if it's back to the creation of the child.
Right.
A woman, I believe, should have the right to decide whether or not she wants to have sex with somebody.
Yeah.
And if she does choose to do so, then she should be safe if she doesn't want to get pregnant.
Yeah.
But if she gets pregnant,
that's repercussion of your...
well, in a sense, I mean, I just don't understand why that makes it okay then to go kill the baby because you did something you wish you didn't do.
I think if they make it illegal, I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a surge of, like, women saying, like, I was raped, and then there's going to be all these men in jail.
Yes,
that shouldn't be there.
You're going to see a rise in rape cases, right? Yeah. Well, that's what I brought up because we were talking about that before. And if you look on college campuses right now, there's a lot of that. Like, there's a lot of they're doing studies on this, but there's a lot of frat parties, whatever, sorority parties. Everybody gets hammered. Girl wakes up in bed with some guy. She's like, I didn't want to sleep with you. So then she says rape. And I'm like, that's not rape. That's you getting drunk and making a stupid... I mean, you're both drunk. It wasn't like I mean, I guess it's different if the guy planned it out and he drugged her and then I mean, that would definitely be rape. But if you're just both irresponsibly drinking or doing drugs or whatever, and you sleep together and you didn't want to, I'm sorry.
The law, if they were both honest and said that that's what took place, like, the law wouldn't, like neither one of them would be at fault. Like, they'd both be responsible because they were drinking,
Yes.
So
but that's not what's happening. What's happening is the woman is saying he raped me, and the guy's saying, "What are you talking about? I didn't want to sleep with you either. Like, I don't even like you. But you look pretty good after 12 beers, right, or whatever." So
totally.
So I mean, there's all kind of, and that's what I tell my kids too. I said, look, if you're ever going to do that stuff, you better be smart about it because you get to the point where you lose control of yourself. That's a scary place to be.
It's almost like I don't know, like, it sounds wrong, but they need to learn, like, their limit, like, somewhere, like, maybe they should be, like, have a drink at home or something first, so the parents could, like, hey, okay, you've cut it, you've hit your limit. You
had half a beer and you're already dancing on the table, so we're done.
Record them.
Like the parents that do that when the kids have their wisdom teeth out and they're coming down off the thing. It's like, oh my gosh,
that's funny. That's the funniest thing.
All right, so let's kind of go back to, like, we were talking a little bit about Trump and Kamala Harris, and I mean, I'm assuming that you... Well, let me ask you this. When you saw that Trump and Kamala Harris were the two on the ticket, did that make you happy? Or were you like, man, I wish we could have two completely different people on here?
Totally.
Okay.
But, I mean, like then, like, stuff that Trump was saying was, like, getting so... I mean, his first term, like, I wasn't on board with him at all, but, like... He just started crossing a big line, like, I think, like, like, when he started running, like, the things he started saying, and, like, just, like, what he was stirring up, like, like, with his followers and stuff. It was, like, the first term I thought, like, he was totally responsible. Like, it was almost like he made it okay to be racist again, like, I think that, like, that's what happened.
Okay.
Like, and it started around the time, like, when... Like, it started with, like, the getting COVID shot. Like, I think that's when the separation started. And then it started turning into, like a race thing, Like, I don't know how it got to the race thing, but...
I don't either.
I think...
I'm curious what you mean by that.
Like, the Floyd thing started, like, around that time. Right?
Sure.
Like,
well, that's when BLM got huge and the whole thing,
it blew up during COVID, So it turned into, like, a race thing, and... I mean, it was sort of blatant, like, I think. To me,
from Trump or from people that claim to be his?
Well, like, like, I think people, like, Trump sort of, like, put it out there, sort of a little bit hinted at it, and then people, like, caught it, like, oh, I know what he's saying. Like, and they, like oh, it's okay, like, let's, like,
Yeah.
Like, and then somebody got away with it. Like the police got away with it, but there was another case where like it just happened. Something else happened, like where there was police brutality, like within, some city. I think it was on the street, like on the corner house. So like there's video of it, and they denied the guy. The guy, I forget what it is, but there's cops, and one of the cops stepped forward and got in the way of the camera, and like the guy's like clearly like in a different state. Like when the guy moved, the guy was covering so police could beat him up. Like,
oh really?
Yeah, and they.
I didn't see that one.
No,
I don't remember that.
It was like I remember like the video of it is like sort of like got this green hue to it because it's like nighttime and you know like but. Yeah, so it's sort of hard to see too, but like.
So what do you think though, like specifically, like with Trump? Because a lot of people make that claim that Trump's racist. Trump's.
Well, now I think it's turned into like this ego, like power trip sort of thing. You know, like it's not, and
in the second term, you mean?
Yeah, second term. Yeah, like and it's like and all this stuff, like all these people, like how do you feel like about like you said earlier, like it's. Like what's good for you? Like there's not much that he's done yet for you, right? Like,
well, I mean,
getting rid of Mexicans, like,
well,
so your kids have better opportunity, like, or your kids want to work.
I don't even like the way you worded that.
Do your kids want to work in the fields, or like you know? Like,
well, I mean, again, when we're talking about
taking those jobs,
but when we're talking about that, we need to be careful because we're not talking about Mexicans. We're talking about illegal immigrants, right? There's a difference. There's plenty of
he's arresting
legal
Mexicans. He's arresting people that are
that are legal.
Yeah, that are legal here. He's he has.
Really?
Yeah, they sent one guy like to El Salvador, and
you're talking about the MS-13 guy, that whatever.
Yeah, well, there's him, and then there's like a hairstylist guy that was arrested, and he's illegally. I think he's he has a visa or had like he was in the process of getting it. Getting a citizenship here, but he was here legally.
Well, see that those are situations where I would definitely have to dig more into it. But I tell you this: if I dug into that and that was actually true, he deported somebody who was a legal citizen, then I would say no, that's wrong on all levels.
He separated kids like from like that are like legal here, like because they were born here, like you know.
Well, because he's talking about the birthright citizenship and the whole thing.
But can you go back and like arrest people for you know like?
Well, here I'll just tell you my stance on the whole thing, and it doesn't necessarily line up with what Trump's doing, but I think that, well, first of all, I think that we should have a strong border. I believe in a strong border. I don't think it should be a free for all. Anybody can come in, but I do think America has always been the land of opportunity. It's a melting pot. That's the beauty of it. We have people from everywhere here. It's awesome. I love all the cultures and everything that mixes in here. But there's a process, right? And now we can talk about whether or not that process needs to be reformed, which I think it does. It shouldn't take as long,
or apply
all that thing,
like, you know?
or apply. But that's my point. But then
the
we
process is there, but like nobody's like
right. Yeah. Well, and I think that came to big time fruition when Biden was in office because he just opened up that border, and we had more border crossings, illegal border crossings, than we've had in any president in history. So now Trump comes in, and he's like, okay, we got a big problem here. We got to fix this. We got to fix that. So I think that where I agree with him is where they say, okay, we're gonna look at those who are here illegally, and we're only going to deport the criminals of the illegal population. We're going to take the ones that are criminals and that aren't contributing to society. We're not going to take the husband and wife that have been living here for 25 years, who are working hard. They're great people. Their family, all this stuff, right? Don't send them back, even if they're illegal. But the illegal part, I think there should be programs to make them legal. Like you've been here 25 years.
If they're working,
yes. So let's speed up the process and let's see what we can do about making them citizens. So that's where I would go. So I mean, if Trump's coming in and saying no, we're gonna deport every single person who's here illegally, whether they're great people or not, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I also don't think we would be in the predicament that we're in if it wasn't for Biden's open border policy. So we kind of have a problem.
I mean, true. Like there's the woman that was speaking up for him, like Latinos for Trump, and she got all excited in front of him. Like she was deported, right? Or her husband was.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. She and they were legal. They voted for him. Like know. I think what could end up happening if he's not like
like given any kind of like reprimanded is like it's gonna be like Asian people next, or you know, because I think he's like just it's a power trip thing get turned into, you know.
So you think he's just trying to get rid of everybody that's not white, or what?
I think he's trying to get rid of the lower class, so the middle class becomes lower class. You know, so then there's only upper class and a lower class. That's why we're paying taxes already, and the rich people are gaining money. You know, that's my idea of like what's like he's trying to do, you know. Okay. And he's also getting rid of the highest demographic in America. Like it will be like other than white right now, Caucasian. It's Mexican, Latinos, primarily Mexicans, you know. Right. And
is that true across the whole country though, or just it is
across the whole country? They say that by 2028, like Latinos would be the highest demographic in America. You know, like so he thinks that that would jeopardize him, like you know. Like him in like life, like you know, like, and maybe he was thinking already of like his third term, you know, like which I don't, you know, like he's gotten away with so much stuff. Like I wouldn't put it past him if like he's allowed to like go for a third term, you know, because nobody's stopping him. You know? Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I think
well, you know, the first guy to mention that was Obama. He was the first one.
Yeah, I do remember.
Mention why do we only have 2 terms for president? You know,
I remember people like shouting for him too. Like, one more.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we all want the person we like to stay in forever, right? But then when the person we don't like isn't there, we want them out of there. Obama? I didn't dislike Obama. I think he did a lot of things that I don't agree with. I mean, honestly, I think I'm not going to call him a racist, but I think that he stoked a lot of the racism that we have today in his second term.
You think?
I think so.
Do you think that? Like that wasn't put there like before him, like by like Democrats, like the you know, like the equal rights for like ethnic people in school? And
well, that's what I mean. Like when you talk about like, well, we had affirmative action, which I think when affirmative action was put into place, it was definitely needed because we had a lot of minorities getting looked over that were qualified for the job, but some whoever, white guy or whatever, is like, no, we're not going to hire these people because of what they look like.
I think,
which is wrong on all levels.
Of like for that to happen, like would the only fair way to do it is demographic of like where the student is going to school at, you know, like, or I mean, ultimately the best way, like the fairest way to do it is like the demographic where they're going to end up, but like there's no telling where the person's going to end up like working or taking his career to, you know, like but then again, like I think gentrification is good, like you know, like having a mixture of stuff because you know people got to live together. You know, like,
no, I agree that, and I think that'll happen naturally. I'm just saying, like so affirmative action again was good because of the time. Yeah. Now I don't think so. Like DEI and this kind of thing, I don't think is good because now, if we're taking DEI to its fullest, what it's for. Is we're basically going to hire somebody who's not as qualified as someone else strictly because they're a minority.
But don't you think they could look a little further, like, you know, till they find that person? Or
well, I mean, I guess all I'm saying is I don't really care what color, I don't care what ethnicity, I don't care what gender, I don't care what sexuality they are. I don't care. Yeah. I care that the person that is performing this service for me is the best at it. Like the people always use like airlines. Yeah. I don't care what you look like or what you believe in your personal life. Yeah. I want you to be able to fly my plane to the destination safely. Yeah. That's all I care about, right? I don't care.
Even like in that, I mean, it trickles down to even like the people helping, like the staff on the plane.
Sure.
I mean, more so probably than the pilot, or you know, because they have to take. They're like they protect you, like they're flying.
Yes.
And like it's. I think like I'm with you sort of like as far as like like the people who were like discriminated on, like it's their children that should apply to, you know, but like so they're getting the opportunity to take advantage of that. Like I think it should the time frame shouldn't have been like as long, maybe, you know what I'm saying?
But do you think that that's a good thing though, to have like
no, I think it's been long enough that
sins of the father passes down to the kids kind of thing, or
no? Well, I mean, like I think Latinos that had been like discriminated, or black people that were discriminated against, like their children have the opportunity to like take advantage of like this situation now where like they, you know, like they could go to school, like have the opportunity to go to school.
Oh, of course.
Because before they would have been discriminated. So so it's
they have a better America now than
before. It's a way to sort of make things even. Like, you know, it's like court. Like, you know, you never leave with more than what you had. You know, like that's like. So I think like it's a way to, at least for the family, like for the parents, like their child could go to school,
right?
You know, like have better opportunities in terms of scholarships. Maybe it should have just stopped at scholarships, you know. Like,
so if I'm understanding though, you're saying that like something like affirmative action that came into play, because that came into play now 20, 30 years later.
No, I don't think their kids should, like, I think like it should stop with the children of the direct, like children of the people who were affected before affirmative action, you know, like so like their kids, but like I don't think it should go beyond a generation like after that. Just do those kids and those kids, you know.
Well, I think it's kind of happening naturally though, right? Well, like, I mean, I feel like, well, do you think that our country, maybe you have a different answer for this, do you think our country today is more or less racist than it was?
I think it's more
30,
now.
You think it's more racist
I think it's more racist like in the past like 8 years, like
more racist than
it was before.
Than back when black people couldn't use certain bathrooms or certain restaurants.
Oh no, not that bad. I mean, that was like
You're saying like it's like, more racist now than it was 8 years ago.
Before
Trump.
Before Trump.
Okay, gotcha.
I think I just think it's been like sort of like opened up like conversation. You could talk, like people could talk like about like bad, like, or have racist conversations, you know, and like people
think it's more common now.
Yeah, totally.
Like, do you have a lot of people in your own life that kind of talk about that stuff, or
no? Well, I mean, I've like people find out that I'm Mexican, and like I've had people just stop being friends, like
because you're Mexican.
Yeah, they find out that I'm Mexican, like in high school, and like nobody, like a lot of kids didn't know that I was Mexican.
I didn't.
My senior year.
Well, last name like Funkhouser. I mean, it doesn't really sound Hispanic.
Yeah, and I feel like I actually had more like I know more about my Spanish, like Mexican heritage than like my dad's side of the family. You know, like I don't know any Polish like like traditions or anything like that. You know, I'd never celebrated any Polish or German. It's Polish or German, like it's and they tracked our family like having gone back to like Amsterdam, or you know. Anyway, so I once I like kids started learning that I was like Mexican, like it was either that or like I was like had lost friends, or I had friends that, or people that would be like, oh, so like all those Mexican girls, like all those Mexican kids, like what was that like growing up with them? Like it's like like we're in a different country, you know? Like, like, you know, like totally like I'm like they're Americans still, but you know, but like they it was weird. Like they asked like questions and stuff. It was just okay, but I've experienced it, you know.
Okay.
Like,
but more so now as an adult, or you think, or more so when you were younger?
Well, now as an adult, like it's when I was a kid, like I was picked on too, but as an adult, like it's happened a couple of times, like here and there. But I feel like more like being gay, like even now that like things are better, like being gay.
You think they're better now? Like you're more accepted now than you were?
Well, the same things too, sort of like it was like. Now, like the whole gay card, and it's probably going to get worse because like people are trying to overturn like laws and stuff, you know. So,
like what kind of laws?
Like marriage equal, you know, and it is a civil right. Like,
do you think that will actually happen though? Do you think?
I don't know.
I don't think that'll ever happen.
No,
I think that's something.
I
don't think there's enough people that would want that reversed.
I mean, like there's middle America though, like, you know,
there's some, sure.
I think there's a lot in middle America, like, you know, like they're just not I don't know, they're just not educated enough, like, or like, you know, it's not it's not talked about or whatever.
But like growing up, or not growing up, but like living now in somewhere like California, do you feel like that you're pretty accepted here, or? Well,
like having lived in New York, I feel like it was way more accepted there than it is here.
Okay. You know, New York's even more so.
Yeah, like I mean, there's a definite difference. You know, like drag queens walk down the street in New York, and like people like oh hey, there's one right there. Like they're like some kind of like animal, like mysterious animal or like exotic animal. Like,
but you were in a big city in New York, right? You said Manhattan.
I was in Manhattan. Yeah.
Okay,
but,
so like I wonder, like if you lived in LA, if that would be similar.
Yeah, well, it'd be better.
Or San Francisco.
It'd be better here than like. I mean, it'd be better in LA than here even, and we're only like 2.5 hours apart.
Right.
You know?
Right.
That's like the like weather thing that you're talking about. You know, like, it's surprising how like just being separate. You know, but
right.
And like drag queens are like totally different than like the whole gay thing. You know, because it's like a man impersonating a woman, but. So it's like even like I think it's a little more crazier because it's like going over the top, like you know, like so like there takes balls to be a drag queen. I always say, you know, like, it does.
That's very true.
Yeah,
that's very true on multiple levels.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on, since you brought up the drag queens? What are your thoughts on the whole story time thing that was controversial for a while?
Like you know, it's like there's perverts that do it like for that reason, like to prey on kids, and I don't think drag queens are like doing it for that reason. I mean, I haven't heard of one drag queen that's.
But that would be your only problem with it, is if like a drag queen was trying to get to little kids or something in a sexual
and another
way.
thing, it should be optional, like for parents to like you know, like if they,
it always is.
Yes, I mean,
it's usually a public library, so parents are signing their kids up for these things.
They should have the talk to with them though, like so the kids aren't confused about it. You know.
Yeah.
I'm sure like they kids they're either talked to or the kids are old enough that they realize like that's a man. You know.
Well, I guess I for me, I've always wondered what the push is. Like, who decided? You know what we need more of? Drag queens reading stories to little children. You know, like who decided that?
I think it's the attention, like because a lot of kids like are read to and they don't pay attention to it. Like, and this way they have like a clown that's reading. You know?
Well, then why not have a clown?
Yeah, well,
why a drag queen?
Because there's not a clown community. Could you imagine going to like a clown show?
Like a clown conference or something. Yeah,
dancing around, lip singing.
Yeah, dude, I don't remember where we were now. I think maybe it was Vegas. Me and my wife were somewhere. And there was like a Santa Claus convention going on. And we were down in the lobby of this hotel, and there was just Santa Clauses. What?
Are you sure it wasn't SantaCon?
What's that?
New York, they do like it's
it wasn't in New York because I never.
No, but it's SantaCon.
Oh, maybe it was SantaCon.
Yeah, like people. It's like I forget. I think it's like I want to say it's like it's way before Christmas, but it's like almost at the halfway mark. Maybe it's after, in August, I think, maybe.
It was just weird. People you look at everywhere you look, there's all these Santas.
Yeah, people dress up as anything Christmas. Like I've seen gingerbread men, like a troop of gingerbread men, like going down the street. They're all buddies, and they all decide to wear gingerbread costumes. Nice. I've seen little elves walking, Santa Claus, Mrs. Santa Claus, reindeer going by, and they're just all drunk and like walking down the street. That's what they do. They just bar hop.
That's even better.
They just bar hop. That's all they do.
Oh my gosh.
It's not even a convention. It's just they bar hop and go like. Okay. There's no like meeting at a park where they like Santa Claus. Like you know, they just everybody just goes out dressed as Santa and they go their own ways and goes to bar hopping. You know.
That's stinking funny.
It's funny. Like there's a few things like that in New York that they do that. Like there's that. There's the naked bike ride. Mm-hmm. There's the where you're like go to like. Travel, like I think it's just go to work in your underwear or something. Like people ride the subway in your underwear. Okay. And like people like.
Did you do that?
Yeah.
I bet.
Totally. Yeah. People like you just like you could like some people walk to the subway in their underwear, and you'll see girls, and it's during the cold time of like winter, like, and girls like will go in the bra and panties, and guys will walk in their underwear. And like one of the cutest things like I saw, like I know it sounds sick and weird, but this little boy like goes, "Dad, why?" Like right next to me, "Dad, why are they wearing their underwear?" You know, and like the dad's all like, "Because it's a special day. They do this on like a special day, and today's the day." Right. And the kid's all like, "Well, I want to be in my underwear." And so the dad takes off his pants. And like, no, his own pants. And he's all, "Are you sure you want to do that?" And he's all like, "Yeah." He's all, and the kid said like, "I got my good undies on," you know. Nice. And he just went on, and like when we went on like to the train, there's like all these kids like in there, and they're like all like just laughing at people, and you know, like but I mean, it's not like
you don't see any problem with that though. Like, do you think that there's any kind of rights being?
No, I mean, I was going to say, like, it's not like they're touching themselves and, like, nobody's touching themselves. Right. If people have, like, their briefcase and,
So that would be the cutoff for you, like if people were like sexualizing themselves
or like
more.
if they're wearing something skimpy. Nobody wears I've
you said bra and panties. What would be more skimpy than that?
Well, I mean, they're like
G-strings,
not G-strings,
okay.
and like small skimpy underwear.
Right.
You know, like,
so you would have a line that you would say that's too far.
Yeah, I mean, like New York City, like I think women could be topless. Maybe they used to be like that. Like, but they don't. Nobody's going topless. Like not even at like Central Park.
Yeah.
You know, like they going topless. You know, like.
But it's just interesting because it's like we've gone. Like as a society, we've gone so far with that. Like, because 50 years ago, if a woman wore or a man or whatever, like you wore something that would just showed like a little bit of your upper thigh, that was risque.
Yeah.
You know, and now, well, no, I'm not saying it should be against the law. I'm talking about kind of like the social norms and like what. Because I'll tell you this: if I was on the subway with my kids and some woman came in topless, I'd have a problem with that, right? So I mean, that would be to me that'd be infringing on my rights.
I would probably say something myself like there's kids around, you know that you realize that, you know,
right.
Like, but and you know, like I would say something like that, like drag queens aren't touching themselves when they're reading books, and drag queens aren't talking about like their boyfriend last night or you know, they're reading a book, and not all drag queens. Like, from what I've seen, like the drag queens that do that, like they're genuinely they're not doing it because like they want to prove a point, you know. Like, I haven't seen that. Like, there could be people that do that, but.
Well, what would you say then is the reason for that a drag queen would have to want to do this?
I think there's something genuine. I don't think it's a drag queen. I think the person who's dressed up like believes that kids should be reading books, and you know, I seriously do. Like. Well,
then why wouldn't they just? Because drag queens aren't always dressed like women; they dress like men too.
Yeah, why don't
they dress like men when they read the stories? Then,
like I said, like
if they simply just want to read to kids.
No, I think it's the attention of the attention, like it keeps kids' attention, you know, like kids are like look at them and they're just like, whoa, what? But they're listening. They've captured their attention, you know, like I think that's part of it. Like I don't know if it's I don't think it's perverted at all. Like, I'd say that, because if it was perverted, meant to be perverted, then they'd read stories with like undertone messages or like.
Right. I think it could be more perverted for sure. Yeah, right. Like obviously, if they're reading books about sexuality or they're grooming kids or whatever.
I mean, if they're just scantily clad, then I wouldn't like. That's not appropriate.
Sure.
But I haven't seen that either. So
yeah.
You know? Okay. I mean, you know, there's some drag performers that like it's like they present themselves as like a drunken like woman like drag cross dress like you know, or like there's a drag queen named Sharon Needles, you know. Okay. And like that I don't.
Sharing Needles.
Yeah.
It took me a minute. My brain went, wait.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that drag queen to, you know,
right.
Like, yeah.
Just because they'd say their name, be like,
well, that's part of her
my name's Sharon Needles.
Like she's like her makeup's all disheveled and like she's like coming down off one, you know, like but
that's part of the persona when they're performing on stage.
Yeah. Okay. But and Sharon Needles wouldn't be reading a book because I know her, like she wouldn't be reading a book to like, you know, I know who she love her and her character, you know, like. But she wouldn't be reading a book to, you know. Like,
so how do you? I'm gonna kind of switch gears on you real quick.
Some drag queens, I'll say this: like some drag queens are like sort of in the process of transitioning too. So to them, they're not like it's not far from what they like who they identify.
That's where I was going next. Actually, that's what I was just gonna say that about like just like the transgender community.
Yeah.
Do you have, as a gay man, do you have any issue at all with the trans community, or do you think it's all fantastic and great?
I have friends that are, and I have friends that, like, I have one friend, she's like fully like transitioned, you know, and she's transitioned. She started like hormones at a young age because her, like, I'm not very young, but like you know, younger than most, and her parents were accepting, and like the parents made her go through like. To see a psych doctor and make sure that's like that she wasn't just a fad or anything. But
can you really tell that young though? I mean,
well, she was going through puberty and she knew since she was a baby. Like I talked to her, I had a conversation, and she knew as a young child like she was not happy with herself. Like, sure, she wasn't happy in the body she was given. And she totally didn't feel like a boy. You know?
Yeah, I understand that, but I guess what I'm saying is like, for a psychologist to be able to say based on that, that for the rest of this person's life, they're going to feel that way, and decide that at such a young age to start administering hormone blockers and things like that is.
Do you like? I mean, like factual, like science again, like facts that are like that. That there's also like boys, like I just say that like because they have both genitals, like
like hermaphrodites. Yeah.
And so like who's to say that that same thing might happen?
That's a tricky one
in the mind of
true,
like transsexual kids.
Yes.
Transsexual people.
Well, I'm also not one of those people that thinks that transgender is like made up, or that it's not real, or that these kids or these people are not really feeling the way that they say they're feeling. I don't. Sometimes I think it is. Sometimes I think it's cultural, or it's for attention. But not always. Not always across the board. I think there are people that really have gender dysphoria and they believe those things. But oh shoot, I forgot where I was going with that. You asked me a question.
So what do you, like about like hermaphrodites?
Right. So that would be like an anomaly, right? That'd be like
an anomaly. Like,
well, it's not very common.
If a hermaphrodite was here, like they wouldn't like that.
No. I'm sorry. I don't mean that in a derogatory term.
Yeah,
I mean anomaly means it's not common.
Yeah, not common.
It's not a very common thing to happen. It's like if a baby was born with six fingers.
It happens more often than you think. I've read about it, and it's like it happens more often than you think.
Well, and when it does happen, what ends up happening, from my understanding, is the parents have to make a decision, right? They don't usually let the child keep both sets of genitals. They usually decide, okay, we're going to go boy, or we're going to go girl. Yeah.
And they found that that's that the better way to do it is to actually let them have both genitals and develop into see which one produces the hormones that are more dominant.
So not decide too early with that.
But what happens is when gender reassignment's done at a young age, like the child ends up going. It turns out the opposite because like they're usually born with like working like ovaries, and then they have the penis, like they have like the testicles and the vagina. So it's not both working parts, but that does happen sometimes, like where they have both working. Like reproductive systems, but so like if you cut out the it's pretty cruel to think about. If you take away like a hermaphroditic child's ovaries, you're taking away the thing that's going to determine her hormones and stuff, right? So like she's going to turn into like probably be asexual. Same thing if you took away boys' genitals. Like he'd become like sort of like non like anything. Like he wouldn't be boy or girl.
Yeah. So in that situation, I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think they should wait until they can tell.
And that's like not the case for like most people that are fighting today, that are fighting for equal rights. Like like because they come from the time when they were like taken away like their identifying part.
Right.
So
are you saying though that's a big part of the trans community is people that were born hermaphrodites?
After a certain age, like that's what happened. Like I mean, up to a certain age, like time, not age, but time in like 2000s probably would be around that time, right? Like because they would do gender assignment like with that. So I think those people like that's what their deal is, like like it was decided for them and not seen about.
Sure, but you see that as different than, let's say, a 13-year-old girl who, when she's 13, tells everyone, "I'm actually a boy on the inside."
Well, I mean, if there's if they're doing it like what's worse, doing that like the waiting to hear the child say it, or to determine it would be at a young age, like as a baby, I think doing that as a baby is like actually like abuse.
But are you still talking about hermaphrodites? Or you're just talking about in general?
Well,
you're talking about a baby that's born with normal.
No.
So I'm talking about like normally born, either male or female.
What I'm saying is, in that term, is like the mind might have like that, like the both parts thinking. Thinking both like
Right.
Because like mentality, like I mean, people. It's proven that women think differently than men do.
All you got to be married for 5 minutes to figure that
out. So like maybe they have both ways of thinking, or like their mind. A boy thinks more like a woman does, or But
well, and there can be. I mean, there can be boys with more feminine qualities. There can be girls with more, what we call a tomboy, right? Like more masculine qualities. But generally,
that doesn't mean that they're going to be trans.
It doesn't mean they're going to be trans. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be gay. It doesn't always mean that, right? So,
I think it's happening enough that like some kind of study needs to be done where they actually take trans like people like and do several studies like where there's like ones that like the kids that are starting on hormones at a young age and the ones that have transitioned later in life like and they develop. It's like like we're in a day where like that's possible.
Sure.
It's easy. It's like and it hasn't been done yet. Like
because it's kind of new.
It could settle some
right.
a lot of questions. And,
it could. I think because of how much of it is happening in our time right now. I think transgender has been around for a long time, but kind of it being on the forefront and there seemingly being more people identifying that way now than there was even 10 years ago. We can start looking at some of the long-term stuff, and that's kind of what I was getting to.
If we start looking at it now, like it's not, people aren't going to realize until it's going to take time once that study results come out, till like the mainstream, the mass of people like actually like believe it, like and like it's like the mental health thing. How long did it have to be talked about before like people started becoming aware of it? It takes time.
Yeah, but it's difficult to put those two together because a lot of people, if you even mention, they even say that transgender is a mental thing.
It's being labeled as that, as like
right, but they would.
Why they go to psych therapists.
But a lot of people disagree with it. Is my point. Well, like they'll say, well, no, it's not a mental problem.
Yeah, well, the transgender people and people who believe that it's a real thing, like I don't think it's a mental problem. Like. I mean, there could be. There's people that it could be, but I think the majority of it is not a mental issue. I think it's like it's true. Like it's real. It's real. Like
well, maybe problem is too strong a word. Like I wouldn't say somebody like you and me that have anxiety and say, well, they have a mental problem. We'd say we have an anxiety disorder, or we have a, and that's why it's saying like gender dysphoria is a. What's the word I'm looking for? Not even mental illness is even worse, right? To call it a mental illness just sounds so bad. But it's obviously something happening that is, bare minimum, not norm, right? It's not the normative kind of experience that most people have, which is why the trans community is such a small percentage of the population.
Like interviews with like people that come from like that feel that they were born like in the wrong mind or body, not mind, it would be body, right? Because their mind is telling them that they're the opposite. So, like interview them and find out like what kind of behavior. It's like schizophrenics, or like we know the behaviors and what like classifies a schizophrenic as a schizophrenic. Like why not like do the same thing with like people who are trans, and like believe that they're in the wrong body, like they could be interviews done and practice studies done on those people, and they could just determine through those studies like this is what a truly trans person looks like, and this is somebody who's like who's not really who might be questioning.
You mean by like looking at literal like physical like brain scans and stuff? You mean like
brain scans could be part of it, but I mean like question them, do interviews and stuff. And
say, like extensive,
and see what things like are similar in all these like cases, and then like and use those as determining like factors of like should this child be given hormone therapy at like a certain age, and I think there should be a area of like time frame when those hormones should start taking place,
Okay.
Like,
but what do you think though?
I don't think 10 years old or like is I think that's too young.
Yeah, see that again, that's a sliding scale for people.
Because they're not even smart. They don't even know like how to, they might say things that's still like far-fetched or, just to say things.
Yeah, my 10-year-old might think that he's a superhero. Yeah, exactly. And then he can fly. Should I go get a surgery to have a cape surgically attached to his back and stuff? Yeah. But I mean, so what do you think about, and I don't mean this to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. It's just a question I always have. Like, what do you think about people that like call themselves furries?
Furries, yeah.
Like somebody who really believes themselves on the inside to be a cat or to be a dog.
That's like there's something like I don't know if you call it. It's not mental health, but it sort of is like right. Like, yeah. I mean, but there's that's like a that's like a brain like thing. Like it's like sort of like body dysmorphia type of thing. It's not, like it's.
Would you call that a mental illness?
I don't know if I'd call it an illness. I'd call it like a I don't know, like I don't
a disorder.
It's not. It's deeper than a disorder. It's
Okay.
like though, like like it's a.
Do you think it's okay, or do you think that's a problem that needs to be
Well,
fixed?
it needs to be like it needs to be like you have people around that person need to make it okay, but they have to also like make that person aware of that. Like it's like other people aren't going to think that you know, like they're not going to believe this.
So you think they should affirm that? Like if I'm a parent and my kid says he's a cat, I should treat him as a cat?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, you have to explain. Like it should be. I would explain it to them. Like you're not a cat. Your mind is teaching you. It's telling you that you're a cat. But
Okay.
you know, like like you can't do certain things because you're not a cat. And,
Right.
like you'll go to jail or.
But you don't see the same thing as if my boy says he's a girl and believes he's a girl on the inside.
But what I'm saying is the mind it could be like have both train of thoughts. Like you're born, like people are actually born, like we know, like it exists with both genitals or like
Sure.
like or like I said the genitals because they're usually not born with both genitals, but it's possible,
Right.
But anyway.
But wouldn't you say that's a deformity? Would you call that a deformity?
No, because
Like if someone was born with three arms, you'd say that's a deformity?
Frogs change sex.
Well,
Fish
changing
change
sex is different than being born with
maybe
both.
it's an adaptation though. Like people evolve, animals evolve, and
Yeah.
like lizards, like let's say like praying mantis turn into
Yeah.
like they start looking like orchids, the plants that they
Yeah.
feed upon. Like
So maybe 5 million years from now, everybody will have both
or
genitals,
there'll be a third sex maybe.
and then they can reproduce with themselves.
It's survival of the fittest, or survival, like not of the fittest, but it's survival of a species. Is why animals do it in the wild. Like you know what I'm saying? Like alligators, like they if there needs to be more females, then they bury their eggs deeper, or not as shallow, because heat is what determines like the sex of like birds and.
See, that stuff is fascinating to me. I don't know where I stand on that because
And how do they know that? Like,
right, exactly. But I read a book came through the library one time. It says, and this is for humans. Keep in mind, you can determine the gender of your children, right?
Possibly, yeah.
And it was crazy, like all this stuff, like we'll do this and do that and all this kind of stuff. But then it's like, listen to all these success stories and there's all these testimonials. I followed the book and I had the gender exact. I was like, well, yeah, but you have a 50-50 shot.
On my 7th day of being
Something,
pregnant.
right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like, of course you're going to have a 50% success rate because,
I think the mind could do that. Like if somebody was thinking about it in like early stages of it, maybe.
Yeah.
I think if like it's females could like just the mind thinking about it could cause the body to do different things. It's sort of like people heal better. It's proven like if they're in a positive state of mind.
Sure.
Sure. And that's sort of like a belief that I have too. Is like power of the mind and people's own. Like they can make it happen. Like it's possible to make it happen. Like I mean, something that I do, I could make, or my body does, I could make that happen. Like it's like what happens with women in like dormitories. Like they all like it's not even their mind. It's not they're trying to become on the same menstruation pattern. It's something like that happens. Like it just happens. Like it happens without effort.
Right.
Like something is like happening amongst all those women that they get on the same cycle.
Sure.
So it's sort of like one of those types of things. Like,
it's interesting. But what would you say then is the difference in your view between
the furry?
Between let's say a 14-year-old child who says that they are a badger or they're a fox or something, and then a 14-year-old female child who believes they're a boy on the inside. Like what's the difference there? Because to me it seems like the same thing, other than that they believe they are different things.
Do you think that it might have been influenced the furry? Because like let's say like the like a kid in a village like thought like that kid's not gonna like grow up to think that he's a dog. Like is there something that influenced him around him like
sure
at some point?
Yes, but I would say the same for the trans as well.
Well, do you?
Well, in the same way, like you're saying, a kid in a village has never seen a dog.
Well, a boy has an XY chromosome, like so.
Right.
Why can't he have the XY train of thought, like mind frame?
Well, what do you mean? Like if it's a female?
Well, an XY chromosome is like there's a male.
Yeah, the
female,
Y shows.
Yeah. So why can't they have both like trains of thought if he's gonna have that like chromosome in him? Like
I'm not following you.
Like we have
so XX is female, XY is male.
right? Yeah. So why can't he have like the same like?
Because it have an X and a Y.
Yeah.
You mean?
Because he has an X and a Y. Like.
Okay, but by that logic, though, if we have a female who's XX, that argument doesn't stick because there's no Y.
But there's the male, like her father, right?
Yeah, if we're talking about influence, I mean, if we're talking about like nature, nurture, all that stuff, I think that plays a role in everything.
Yeah.
I mean, everything
and
we
that
are.
sort of goes a long line to what I'm saying about like the child being influenced by like because he's seen a dog or something. You know, like if he never saw a dog, like maybe that would be really interesting and that would be truthful if like the kid wasn't ever exposed to a dog and he's acting like a dog, you know.
Or if the little boy was never exposed to a female.
Yeah, well, that could be even more proof of it, right?
Sure.
Like that something's going on in his brain.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which I don't deny, by the way. I do think there is something going on.
Yeah, that's
in
what
the
I was
brain.
saying about like the little boy like exposed to a dog. Like if he's never seen a dog and he's acting like a dog, like it's, you know.
Yeah.
Something that like I heard recently is like DNA memory. Have you heard of that at all? It's weird. It's saying that like someone like maybe our deja vu like that we have is from like something that like that looks familiar in our mother's life. You know what I'm saying? Our parents' DNA carries memories.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Know,
so like a memory my mom has is somehow embedded in my DNA.
Your mom might have known somebody that looked like this person, and that's why you think like they look familiar, or
Gotcha.
or the energy or their character. You know, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's being like studied now, like, but there's instances of that sort of that could be the you know, like the cause of like certain events that happen with people.
Yeah.
Like for example, there's a man who he was in an accident. He died or needed a transplant, and he received it. And the man who died, like he met. So the survivor like ended up wanting to thank the family of the man who died. So he ends up becoming friends with them, and then eventually, like over time, ends up falling in love with the guy's wife.
Oh, crazy!
So that's
wrong.
That could be.
That sounds so wrong.
But it gets stranger. Like so they end up marrying, and like the guy starts doing things, and the wife starts recognizing these behaviors
of her late husband
in the new one.
Right.
Yeah. And like to the point where like they're in a car and he just starts singing a song. Like that's on the radio and he knows the words to it, and like the ladies like how do you know that this is not your genre of music that you listen to,
right?
And the guys go, I don't know, I've heard this song I guess somewhere before, like, you know, there's no explanation. So there's other things, and then he like the guy killed himself, that the donor had killed himself, and that's the guy became severely depressed and he ended up killing himself, like almost in the
crazy
same manner that
which is sad because the wife had to go through that twice.
Yeah. And there's one of a girl that like she was a recipient of like an organ, and she ended up like she was a pianist, the donor was, and the little girls like knew songs on the piano.
I'll see.
And took to the piano on like really quick. She started taking lessons and took to it really quick. And she wrote a song, and the mom, the deceased person's mother, like it was the same thing. They want to meet, like, you know, to thank them. And
that's crazy.
Yeah,
see, my sci-fi mind is going full scale right now, because like you can start injecting DNA into people just from geniuses and from and then we're all just have these superhumans and. And then guys like us would just be done with, because you know, unless we got the serum, we'd be out. Oh my gosh!
I'll take my next partner to go get injected with some DNA.
You keep saying that. Are you single right now? Or are you?
No, I'm Muslim.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But like, what if that's that's like a case like that needs? They're studying that now. So like, I mean, who knows? You know?
Yeah.
Like,
that's pretty cool.
Like, I think DNA is going to be able to be taken down to further science. You know, like it's not just going to be like they'll be able, like what we know as DNA is the ladder twisted thing.
Right.
Like maybe there's more steps between each one of the ones that we know now. You know?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
I think they'll be able to. I think they'll probably be able to. To look into it further.
Yeah.
And another thing too, that like they're like reading things like images from people's minds now. Like they're able to print vague images of like what people are dreaming, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I mean, if they're able to do that, then they'll probably be able to determine sex of like parts of the brain.
Yeah.
You know?
All right, I got two last things before we move on. So what are your thoughts on the statistic that the vast majority of kids, say under, I don't know, 14, 13, that claim to be trans or claim to be trapped in the wrong body, kind of a deal. Like I'm a boy, but I feel like a girl or whatever. The vast majority of them, by the time they hit their early 20s, they no longer feel that way.
Good.
What do you think?
That have had treatment?
No. Well, either way, like with or without
that's where
treatment.
It really counts, right? Like
Okay.
if they had treatment.
Well, because then it becomes a problem, right? Because they're like, well, now I've had these things happen, and now I look like a girl, but now I feel like a boy
You
again.
can't reverse it. That's what has to be taught to them, like when they're
Correct.
starting the hormones. And,
Well, I would say that's why it's dangerous to even start them that young.
yeah, well,
Because
I mean,
you just
like,
really
parents
don't
their
know.
Kids, parents know their kids. So like if their parents, like
think
parents
so?
are gonna have to like yeah, like I think
Okay.
like parents like they get an idea, like like I mean I have friends and they're like, my son's gay, and like his son's like 7 years old, but he's like already expressed to them like I like boys, or like
Right.
like I want so and so to be my boyfriend, and
Right.
like I've had friends, my friends. One of my friends doesn't play into it. She's just like, oh, babe, okay,
Yeah.
like things might
But
change.
I think there's a big
She says, like,
difference
things might
between.
change, like. But no, but my point is like
Yeah.
parents know their kids, like they get sense, they get the
Sure.
idea that
In that
this
way,
kid
yeah.
is like not like they they see behaviors. Like,
But you think they can sense if that's going to change or not by the time they're young adults?
I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for a parent to like go and like put their kid in therapy because they think that like their
Right.
child is a girl. Like
Yeah.
like the kid has to say it and be given enough time to like,
Okay.
to.
But you're okay with the hormone blockers and that kind of stuff? but,
not young.
Okay.
Like I mean,
Like how old would
like
you
not
say?
before puberty. Like I think like.
Wasn't that when you want it to happen, if it's going to work?
Well, I think if it's during puberty, my friend had hers done
Okay.
when she was a teenager.
Okay.
She was in high school and like she got like her parents got her breast for her graduation. They
That was the
waited.
present, huh?
They weren't going to support it
Okay.
until she was an adult. And it was something she wanted to do, and like she's. I mean, she's an exception because like most people wait until they're adults to get
Yeah.
it done. So she's like pretty, like she's passable girl. The only thing you would think is like different than her. She's tall,
Yeah.
She's like I'm 5'11". She's like probably 6 foot, like a little taller than I am. And but that's the only thing that you would like know. And and good for her, like she's.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe that I've known her since I first moved to New York. So I know her now, and she's a total girl to me, and to most people. People wouldn't know, and she still feels like she has to tell guys that are pursuing her, like I was born a boy,
Right.
Right. Do you think that's like? What do you think about that? Like, I think it's good that she does it. Like,
Well,
should she have to explain that or?
No, I mean, my stance on it is I think people should have the right to live however they want to live.
Yeah.
Right. My only issue is when people tell me that I have to also go into that world and also live that way, in a sense, live that way.
Yeah.
Like if I have to, I mean, I'm not trying to cause problems,
I don't
but if
think
someone says my
anybody tells
name
their
is
kids
this.
they have to be a girl or they have to be a boy,
No.
Yeah.
No. Although I do find it interesting that it seems to me that most Hollywood people, their kids are either gay or trans. Is that just weird? Is there something in the water in LA? What's going on?
I think because they have money to protect their kids and make sure their kids are protected.
You think that's the only thing going on? You don't think there's maybe some parents that are secretly hoping they'll have a gay kid or a trans kid?
Well,
Because it gives them clout in some way. It gives them something to say, look at me, look at
somebody's
me.
got to tell them like what to wear.
Well, that's what I'm saying. No, but you're right. I'm sure there are some parents that are actually grooming their kids in that direction because they want them to go that way.
There probably are, are maybe more than what I think, but yeah, there could be.
Like if little Tommy decides, he says one day, I like to play with Barbies.
Yeah.
Now, if my kid said that to me, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
There's no rule that says if you're a boy, you can't play with
I would
Barbies.
see what it develops into.
Correct. But there's a lot of parents that jump on it.
Yeah.
Oh, honey, do you think maybe you're a girl?
Let's get you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, why are you putting that thought in his head? He just wants to play with Barbies, right?
Totally.
So
'cause it's innocent, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I mean, they're like you don't know yet, like what's like, yeah, it's innocent, like it's
Right.
and it just may be. Like I used to play Barbies with like my friend, like with my god sister and stuff, but like there was nothing else to play, and I was always like taking it to like a crazy, like, oh, she's cutting her hair today.
Right.
Cut their hair off.
Yeah.
You know, like I wasn't, you know, like I don't think I never did anything that was like that, you know, played girl games or. So I don't know, like maybe I'm the wrong person to ask about. You know, but I mean, me myself, I wouldn't press. I'm there with you, you know, and I wouldn't. But I don't think most people are trying to start like. I don't think doctors are trying to like push like hormones before like too that early. Do you think they are?
I hope not. I mean, there's been some fringe stories of places that are, but I mean, there's money involved. You figure out all these, especially these surgeries and stuff. That's a lot of money in that. So you could have these corrupt surgeons.
Surgery. I mean, unless the surgeons are like in cahoots with the psych doctors, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
Could be.
Yeah, it could be maybe.
I mean, none of us like the doctor industry. They're all pretty corrupted at this point. But
like, what do you think? Like, if like my friend, what do you think? Do you think that she has she has to tell like whoever, like her partner, like that she's?
Oh, that's what you're asking. Yes.
Yeah.
I do. I mean, even if she's fully transitioned, she's got all lady parts now. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Only because from personal experience, I would want to know that, because I can tell you right now, if my wife dropped on me tonight, honey, I have to let you know,
you would know.
I was born a male and I transitioned before you met me.
You'd be out?
I don't know if I'd be out. I mean, we got 4 kids together. We've been married for 25 years, kids, but I would be pretty devastated. That would be kind of shocking for me. It just would.
Like,
it would really.
She's had one person that wasn't like that. She said she told him. She told him like he was upset because she didn't tell him right away when he mentioned kids, you know, well, he said, he asked her if she was like thinking of having kids, and she said well, she was like adopting. It didn't get into there because he asked her sort of early, like it was like one of the things that determining factors if they were going to go on a second date, you know?
Right.
And I mean, that's sort of like a question you don't ask. It's sort of like you don't talk.
Maybe not on a first date.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, but it's important to know if you're going to pursue a relationship. You want to know.
She said and he didn't answer. Like, she was just nervous. Like, you know, like adopting. Like, you know, she didn't say that even. Like, she just said she was, and he didn't ask further beyond that. But he was the only one, and she's been in relationships with other guys, like. And like straight guys, and she told them, and they were like, you know, like, that's not, you know, I fell in love with somebody that, you know, not like they went with it, like, and they stayed. She stayed together with one guy like for 6 years.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so.
And he knew or he didn't?
Yeah, he knew.
Okay.
He knew. Yeah,
see, and that's fine. Yeah. If he knows and he's fine with it,
I know other guys I know other guys. I know straight guys that are dating, like my friend, like tranny friends or transsexual friends, I should say. Yeah. But and they're straight, you know, and they never thought they're gay. They don't think they're gay now.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Like I said, if they know and they're fine with it, then hey.
I mean, that's like sort of like you know, like they see her as a girl, you know, like totally.
Right.
I have one friend. She transitioned at a young age, like years ago, and like her, like, she sort of looks plasticky, like, cause, you know, but she's dating a guy that, like, you know, like, I don't know if that's what his like mind sees as beautiful, but like, I mean, to me, like, I think like, well, she's pretty extreme, you know. And like, but he loves it, like, he loves her, you know, like, he's always touching her and like kissing her, and you know, she's older than he is a little bit, you know, like, but like they're together still, and they've been together even longer than what my friend has been.
Wow.
You know, so I don't know, it's like it's a weird line. I understand like how people get and I think that like people who are trans, like adults, you know, I think they understand that too, that it's weird, you know, that it's weird for some people, not weird,
sure,
you know? Yeah.
Well, weird just means the opposite of normal, right?
But I mean, they don't think it's normal for them, though. You know.
Sure.
It's like I had questions for sure. You know, like I had questions, and even after she answered my questions that I asked, like, and they're prying questions, I made sure it was okay to ask her. You know, and I didn't ask her when we weren't established as friends yet. Like I waited. Like not that I was waiting like to ask her, but I asked her like a couple questions one night, and like she told me, and like, and I totally like see it. Like she's like, in my eyes, she's a girl. Like before she even said that, I was thinking she was a girl more than, you know.
So is there a point though where you like, if they haven't had any surgeries, any like hormonal anything, but they just believe themselves to be a girl. At that moment, do you start treating them that way? Do you call them she and her and all that, and you have no problem with that? Or
I haven't had any. I haven't met any. Well, I've met people that were going to transition and they had like breasts already. Like, like they didn't have like the lower surgery, but I've met girls like that were like boys, you know, living as boys, and I think I treated them like boys, like guys, you know, like even to the point where sometimes I forgot, like, you know, like like I didn't see it, but that's me because like I'm able to like get past that, you know, like and that's part of being gay too, like it's because like, and they shouldn't be like classified in our like in our society. They should be seen as something different, you know, like I think they should be. Like I don't think they should. It's sort of sad because they like she likes straight guys. She doesn't like gay guys, you know. But that's what she identifies with because so she's like society makes her think that she could only be with like gay guys, hang out with straight or gay guys, you know. Right. So like it's messed up. Like it's like, you know, like there's a lot of trans people that like boys, like trans boys that like gay boys, you know, like it's weird, you know, like that's like weird, like in a whole different thing.
So what you're saying is like a biological female, that is trans boy
and then
likes boys.
Yeah, it's weird.
Which some would say is just a straight couple.
But they like a specific type of boy. You know?
I know.
It's really weird. Yeah. They like a specific type of boy. Like, and it's a gay boy. Like, sort of flamboyant. Like how like lots of lesbians like lipstick lesbians. You know, like it's weird. Like
lipstick lesbians.
Yeah, that's like a pretty girl. Like girly girl. Like,
gotcha.
You know, so not butch.
Yeah.
Opposite of butch. You know.
Well, there tends to be, right. I'm sure you know this, right? In a relationship, there tends to be one that's more masculine, one that's more feminine.
I mean, presents themselves as like as like a pretty, you know, like like two buff muscle gay guys, like those, they call them clones, you know. Like there's those guys, then there's the ones that like the younger guy and like they're older, or you know what I'm saying. Like there's just different like combinations, you know. And it's sort of weird because it's sort of like you see it throughout like the community, you know. Like that happens a lot, like but that's sort of a little strange to me. I mean, I understand, but like the transition to become a boy to like a gay boy, you know, like it's weird. Right? Yeah. Some of it's sort of like that situation. I think it could be a little idolization, like sort of, you know. But they want to be like a butch guy, you know, like sort of like that's what they tend to be. Like the ones that transition to a boy, like they tend to present themselves as like a sort of like macho guy,
right? You
know, so maybe that they do that to like kick into their like masculine, like I'm more masculine than my twink boyfriend, you know. Like, you know, sort of
right.
Maybe that's the reason why. You know?
Well, it's interesting because it seems to me like it still somehow almost kind of morphs into some form of the male-female relationship, even if it's two lesbians, that one is more masculine and one is more feminine. You still kind of have some element of that male-female relationship there. You know what I'm saying? I find that interesting.
Yeah. I know like a lot, like I don't know, like I know a lot of lesbians that are like both manly, like masculine sort of, and then I know like it's like half and half almost. Like,
oh really?
I think there's like a lot of like closet lesbians that like are girly girls that like girls, you know, like pretty girls, like they're like them, you know. And I think there's a lot more closetness like with those people, like, you know, and I think it happened. There's a lot of them, like a lot more than what people know, you know, like. It's weird because in the gay community, like the butch girls, they don't like really hang out with the gay boys too much. They don't hate them; they just don't hang out with them too much. So like with any gay boys, like they don't hang out with them. But like two girly girls that are together, they'll hang out with the gay boys. Like they love them, you know, like so. It's weird, but I think there's a lot more lesbian girls that present themselves as like normal everyday girl. You know? And
well, but like for you growing up, would you say you had more guy friends or more girlfriends?
Guys, but growing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, now it's probably like.
Okay.
No, like there was a point when I had a lot more girlfriends, but that's because I was in dance, like taking my time off, you know?
Right.
Like when I was like in my 20s, like I had a lot more girls, you know.
Right.
But and then having moved to New York, like there's what it is too is like this small town, so like there's not that many gay guys like that are out and open, so like.
So like the girls are like, you know, like they become your friends. You have
Right.
more female friends, you know.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of guys. You have a lot more guys that like don't want to be friends with a gay guy or
Right.
seeing, you know,
Right.
for whatever reason. But
Yeah.
I think that comes into it too. But I have more guy friends than girls. And growing up, I had more guy friends.
Okay. Cool. All right, let's talk spiritual stuff. So your answer was kind of science, naturalism. So do you believe there's anything, or do you believe in a strictly?
I think like the I mean all like religions basically say the same thing, you know, like about like what like morals and all that. You know?
Some of it's similar, yeah. They also say some very different things.
Yeah, a lot of it, like, right? There's a lot of it. It's like,
well, I mean, if you're general about it and say, oh, they all teach to love one another.
well, I mean,
Right.
not in terms of like who's God or like,
Right.
because everybody has their own like.
Yeah.
It's not like it's this person, it's that.
Yeah,
person.
a lot of the morality parts of it can be similar. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So like the way to live life, sort of like those
in a sense, yeah, ethics and that kind of thing. Yeah.
So I think like there's like. I think it's an energy, you know. Like I think it's an energy, and like, you know, the DNA thing, like all came from one thing, like, and even it says like God's in all of us, you know, like like it's maybe that's what you're talking about, like, but they're putting a person to it, like to make it like more feasible because it's more understandable, you know.
Right.
So, but. I just like I've taken like good from both religions that I was baptized as, and like I hear about like I've had Jewish friends, I've had like Buddhist friends, I've had, you know, like just different and like you learn some of their like religion, and like, you know, like I've learned some cool things from, you know, like from like just practices or like sort of like what do you call it, like not tradition but like
teachings, rituals, okay.
yeah, like, and what they mean, like, in school, you know, like, and sort of apply them, like, you know, it's little or whatever I know, like apply them like to life, you know, like, because like whatever gets people through life is good. Yeah, I think, you know. Like,
so you see like religion and spirituality as kind of a way to make your life better. In a sense.
To make a person like live like a
happy life.
And make others happy. I think.
Okay.
I think that's like a really big thing to you know. I think like if people could make, like, if I could make other people happy, like I'd be happy. You know, like, sort of like that's just like what I don't know, but. I also think energy comes into a large, you know, like it's sort of like bad attitudes will like spread, you know, like onto, you'll attract bad energy, you know, like that's what I like think, like that's what I find like makes me happy, and you know, like that's what I want, and you know, to
make other people happy.
Well, I mean the energy back. I want happy energy. I don't want to attract negative, like you know, like. I try and put out what I want to receive, and like there's other things like that I practice that are just I don't know, they're not religion. It's just like things that I apply to life. Like I don't know where it comes from. Like Deepak Chopra talks about sort of a little bit. Like a lot of celebrities talk about it, and it's about like they talk about the universe. You know. Sure. Places like I was doing Reiki, like the cosmetic line I worked for was based upon Reiki and vibrational remedies, and
interesting. That played in the cosmetics.
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, and actually, vibrational. Tony and Tina, vibrational remedies and aromatherapy, like stuff like that. You know, like. So like color vibration, stuff like that. So anyway, like Reiki is part of that too, and they absorbed. The reason why the line's no longer around anymore is because it was bought out by the same owner as MAC Cosmetics and Urban Decay, which are still around, you know. But they got rid of Tony and Tina, and they applied that to their lines. Even right down to like calling like some of their colors chakra. Gut feeling, like, you know,
it's kind of a punk move.
Yeah, you know? It is. Yeah. And well, I mean, like Tony and Tina, they should, like, they're two actual people. They shouldn't have sold the company because like they were doing good. Like the company was totally doing good, and they saw the dollar signs rather than wanting to put in the work. The reason why they sold it is because they were artists, and what started their company is they did an art show. and that they had used makeup like as paint, as their medium to paint with, So like this guy came in and he's like, why don't you guys mix these colors like for women to wear as nail polish? And so they started out just nail polish, so they didn't really they weren't involved, like invested as like makeup artists or beauty experts or anything. So,
right.
But anyway, they auras and color therapy and vibration, like stuff like that. I believe that's where the God comes into play, is
Okay.
like, and the energy between spirituality and like comes into play between like energy between two people, like between a group of people, like mass prayer, for example, is
Okay.
like sort of falls into that, like, right, like.
Yeah.
Like if you have a whole swarm of team behind you, like
Right.
like
a commonality. You're all sharing in the same.
Yeah, it boosts
Okay.
another person, the one person who they're behind. It boosts their energy and picks them up. It's uplifting,
Sure.
So stuff like that, like even having one person behind you, like is
Yeah.
it does something.
But that kind of that energy source that you're describing, is it something that has personality, or does it have intelligence?
Yeah, well, the personality is the energy put into it.
Okay.
Some people can put energy into being negative, and that's what the energy is giving. Like, I think it's true that people say, "Oh, I don't like the vibe I got from that person."
Yeah. Sure.
Like I think totally, like that's possible.
But you think that all of that, like we say, I don't like the vibe that person's giving off. That's like the kind of the God energy, quote unquote,
or the lack of
that they're exuding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
or sometimes I think it's like a calling out, like the chakra thing, like that I told you about. Like I like in Reiki, like there's color card like readings that you do. It's not psychic readings or anything like that. It's a way to like heal yourself, sort of like through color therapy. And what you do is you lay out 7 cards: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and white, and purple and white. And you just like you take the hand over and you feel like energy coming from a color, and that will always change no matter like from week to week usually, because day to day, like unless something miraculous happens like overnight, like it wouldn't change really. It gradually changes and like sort of drifts into another state,
Yeah.
But like the person could go like with their eyes closed, drifts over the colors, and like, or blindfolded. Some people like insist on being blindfolded so they get a good reading, like they're not cheating.
Yeah.
But the cards like vibrate energy, like you could feel it. Like I've literally, it sounds crazy, but I've done it before. Had it done with me, and anyway, like, so every card has like a negative and a positive reading, like let's say I don't know what's going on in your life, which right now, like I know very little, right? Like, so if you picked like a red card and let's say like a white card and a blue card, right? Like the
that's
blue,
all American.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. So the blue card is like your voice chakra, like it's like your energy from your throat. So it means that you may be dying to have a conversation with like somebody, like let's say your wife, like about something. So it could be that like you pick that card so you can like motivate yourself to have that conversation, or you picked the blue card because you have something going on in your throat, like thyroid could be, or like you have like like God forbid like a growth or something,
Yeah.
So like that's why you would pick that, like, and that's how I would read the card to you. So like you would in your mind, what's going on with yourself. So like you would say like, do I have to have a conversation with somebody? Like, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So you make sense of it. Like
It would make you self-examine yourself.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Then...
But you pick the cards. I didn't do anything to pick the cards. Like so the white card is like cloud 9, and there's things that are associated with all the colors that goes through different cultures, like, and for years it's been like that before they could even communicate with each other. These colors have applied to different cultures, like a tribe in Africa, like the men wear red because it's they're single, like it tells other women that they're single. And like in Asia, the color red, a man will put it on, like will paint the door to his house or the entrance. That symbol, like they make like an archway. It's like 2 posts going up, and okay, that's usually painted
like
red.
the pi symbol.
That means home. Like,
okay.
So for a man, the red chakra is like it's like home, like establishing home base, like, and building a home for family. And for a woman, it's procreating. It's like it's like that's why women wear red on their lips, because like when a woman's in like
like heat, you know,
right, yeah,
heat.
yeah.
Like they blush like on their genitals, you know, like,
Okay.
and so women they put red on their lips, like then that's science right there, like that's factual, and so like put on the red dress. A woman like this said, like I'm gonna go put on your red dress and you know paint the town red, like that's sort of what it refers to,
Okay.
you know, like subconsciously, like whether they thought of that normally. So like the color white is cloud 9, like happiest day of a girl's life is wedding day, you know, like it's so that means like things are going good, really good, you're content in your life, and like round or you're shooting for that is another reason why you might pick that card,
Right.
you know? So anyway, so you make sense of it yourself, you know, like,
Okay.
and I think that's,
Can you be wrong as you're making sense of
there's
it?
no wrong,
There's
me
no
be
right or
wrong,
wrong.
or you be wrong.
No, just as a
No,
person
no.
is self-examining.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it
assessing.
will, like only one like it usually isn't both apply to you, like both the right and the wrong. It's usually not that, but usually like there'll be one of them that stands out that you feel very like strong about, like oh my god, he hit that right on the dot, you know,
Right.
like, and like when they've done it to me, like they try not to have like any conversation beforehand, like,
Right.
about anything personal, you know. So yeah, like I just think that like I think that's very possible to pick those colors for that reason, you know.
Yeah.
And now they're finding that colors like heal, like infrared, like therapy, like light therapy, you know. And like it's effective, like on people's body healing. Like gyms have the machines, like tanning beds, and you know, infrared, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I think that
Interesting.
that's possible, and that's like sort of the energy thing that I'm talking about, you know.
Yeah. But like when you compare that to like maybe a specific religion or a specific,
well, like I said, like that, if you apply that to your life, like you know, like and you, like I mean, if you're aware of what the colors are, like and what their meanings are, you don't need to do this thing, like
Right.
you know. But if you apply that to your life, like it help it. I guess like what it is, like some people need that to apply it to their life. But if you know all that, like you know, like and maybe just the power of like being aware of it, you know, like I need to have that conversation, like so you'll put on a blue shirt, you know, to help, like so as a reminder maybe, but like you think it's going to help you out, like some people will like give that shirt power, like like it's gonna like it's that this shirt's gonna make me have a great conversation, you know? But I think it's more about awareness, like for me, like when I do something, I don't say thank God, like I say like I did it, you know. Like I take ownership on it rather, so I could get like, so I feel more fulfilled, like, you know, like I don't give like credit to anybody else, like if they help, yeah.
So, but in the view of that kind of the energy source, that's kind of the God in this scenario. You don't think any thanks should go to that energy source?
Yeah, well, everything goes in.
Or is
If
that,
I'm living like happily, like it's going to.
But you said you'd thank yourself. Or you say good job to yourself.
Yeah, like, and I also say that too, like believing that God's within me. Like I don't feel the need to pray, like sit down and pray, like close my eyes and sit there. Like I can have that conversation like without going very far. And honestly, like if I feel like my conversation would get there faster, like because I believe like God's not that far away, you know.
Right.
Like I just believe He's like.
Oh, I don't either. I don't believe. That's why I don't like some of the religions that are so ritualistic and where you need to bang this gong 7 times and spin around in a circle, and then if you spray this dust in the air.
That could be the reminder. Like like praying is like a reminder, like of what you want to come to you, and what like you know, thanking God for and stuff. You know, like. So like the gong might be like, you know what the significance of that ringing means, because I'm sure they don't just say like the gong 7 times, like there's
well, I'm sure there's a meaning behind it. I'm just talking about how like you have to do all these things to get to God. I'm with you.
I mean, Catholic Church is like that too, like rituals up down up down, like
kneel stand right. That's what I'm saying,
like hold the bread this way, hold the
you
know,
and I don't think it's like that. I think if I want to talk to God, I just talk to God.
I think it's just like the some people need to have, like it's like people in jail, they need it, like they get out of jail and like they're so lost that they resort to being super religious, to keep them from straying from you know.
Right.
So,
or it could be that they're just so thankful. Because they might feel like, well, God's the one that got me out of this mess. God's the one that got me clean from drugs or alcohol or whatever. Yeah, but and they like, if you know, it's not for everybody, but some people like might say like I did it, and be proud of themselves, like that, you know. Well, there's an element that's good there too.
I hear people say like thank God a lot of times, and like it's like they're giving it like I couldn't have done it alone, like you know, like reality is like it's your body, you did it, and you know, like you have the power of God in you. Like you acted like in God, like in God's way. Like it's sort of like we should all live in God's light. Like I've heard that term being used. Like we should like do as God does. Like you know, would God do that? Would Jesus do that? Like you know, like you've heard people say that. You know, like right? Like,
sure.
So just try and live that way. Like that's like Trumpers, like Trump, like people, the extreme ones. Like they it's like they call themselves Christians still, and like they wouldn't like give somebody a drink of water if they needed it. You know, like that's what it seems like now. So it's sort of like you can't call yourself a Christian if that's you know if that's what you're allowing to have happen. Even you know you're contributing to it. You know.
So based on that, though, like what would you say is a kind of your view of the way a Christian should be acting?
Just like all like as well what they learned in church, you know, like apply it to their life, you know, like when they do stuff like make comments like that, like they when I hear people make like really horrible like negative comments, I think that like you know like I wonder if they're Christian, you know, like I wonder if they're Catholic, you know.
Yeah, I because they made a negative comment and you associated that so much.
Something that's surprising that like you went to church, like they could have gone, maybe they've gone to church and they're still going to church every Sunday of their life, and then they make a comment like that. It's like surprising, right?
Right.
Because it's not what they're taught. You know?
Well, yeah, and that's a good point.
They still call themselves a Christian. If you're able to make a comment like that, then you like if you're a real Christian, you're going to go to church and pray, like and be sorry that you said that, you know?
Right.
Like they're human, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction to make. Like if someone claims to follow a certain spiritual path, or in this case Christianity, and they act in a way that is not in accordance with what Jesus taught or with what Christianity teaches, that's obviously a shot against that person. It's not a shot against Christianity, right? Yeah. If Christianity says don't kill people, and then I go kill somebody, I claim to be a Christian, you couldn't then say, well, see, that's why I'm not a Christian. Yeah. Well, right? No, I mean, you could say it, but it would be the wrong assessment because I was acting outside of what I supposedly believe. Yeah. Now, if my religion says go kill people, I know. Then you'd have an issue with the religion itself.
Yeah, so. I mean, I would like, you know, like I don't like forgiving. Like the whole thing about forgiveness is like that takes a real strong person to be able to do that. Like I don't know if I could do that. Like honestly, like
well, depending on the circumstance.
Yeah.
If I stepped on your foot, you could probably forgive me for that. Yeah. But if I killed your dog, it might be a little harder. Yeah, totally. You know.
I don't know if I could do that. You know. Yeah. Like, but that's what I would have to like try and practice to do. You know, like as long as I'm trying to do that, like you know. Like,
do you think there's any offense that we shouldn't forgive for, or?
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, there's just some like if the person can't be helped, then like, well, I mean, like we would have to like forgive them because they can't help it, you know, like. But
like, what do you mean? Like, give me an example.
Just like some people, like somebody being out of their head and like just all the time, like you know, like. You know, and they committed any kind of crime like that.
Like if they're literally crazy, like they're schizophrenic, or they're.
It'd be hard to like. Do I forgive them? Do I not? Like, so part of me would want to, but you know, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that. I think everything you should try to.
Like every action, like
try to, yeah.
Like when you see the videos of like the dad whose child was raped and killed, and the guy in the courtroom forgives.
I understand why the dad like did it, but like but at the same time too, like it's like two wrongs don't make a right, you know, like
right. Yeah, so I guess that's so. Would you say is that inspiring to you? Like when you see a dad who's forgiving the killer and rapist of his child, do you think, man, I hope someday I could be that forgiving? Or do you think, he shouldn't be forgiving that guy? That guy deserves to burn in hell for eternity.
I couldn't do it. Maybe my next life I'll be able to do it. Or something, you know, like.
But you would hope to be able to do it, is my point. Like you see that as a good quality. For somebody to be able to forgive something that horrendous.
I think it's like a great quality, you know. You know.
Okay.
I mean, that person has to live with it, you know, like. And,
You know. Well, especially when I see the videos of the guy like smiling in the courtroom, I want to jump to the TV and kill that guy. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me right now?
That's where we're not perfect, you know?
Right.
Like,
Well, none of us are perfect, but then there's guys like that
I think we
who can rape and kill a little kid and smile about it in the courtroom. To me, that's a whole different level of evil.
I think everybody lives their hell, like on earth at some point or another, you know?
Yeah.
Like I believe in like perpetual motion, like sort of like life going on, like you know, may not be a human that you come back as, but like you know, like and like ideally for me, like I would like to be like not embalmed, just laid out and like let nature take its course if it could happen, you know.
or
No
like,
cremation for you?
No.
Okay.
Like, because things are going to consume that energy, and that's how the energy keeps going.
Okay.
Sort of like.
But you think if you burn the body, the energy gets burned up?
Maybe.
Okay.
I think the only thing that's left is like spiritual, like people's beliefs, and like it's up to those people to keep it alive and going.
Yeah.
So you can't count on that.
Right.
So.
Do you think that we have a soul? Like, do you think our person is made up of two parts, the body and the soul, or do you think it's all the same?
I think there is maybe.
Okay.
I think so. Because I've had like my dad passed away, like, and in the hospital room, we were sitting there, like seriously, like the water turned on the sink. And there were 6 people in the room that... Like,
just out of nowhere?
Yeah. 6 people.
Crazy.
There was 4 of us and 2 nurses in the room. And
like at the moment he passed away?
Well, no.
Or...
Like me and my brother and sister had just got back to the hospital. Like,
okay.
We went home to shower and get cleaned up because we thought like he was going to be... Like it was going to take a while for him to like just like stop breathing, because he was on life support. Like so the family, his brothers and sisters could come and see him.
Say goodbye and stuff.
And, yeah. So once like everybody had come, like we knew it was going to have to happen. So we the day we did that, like he had lived like I think a day like on his own, and then like we went home thinking like he's still going like pretty strong, like So we went home to shower and we came back and like we barely had just sat down in the room and the water went on, on the sink. It was strange. It was weird. Like we were sad, crying and everything, and the water went on, and
that's nuts.
It sort of gave like a peace, sort of.
See, that stuff to me is so fascinating.
Yeah, it was weird. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I got chills.
Yeah, I've heard stories of like there's like pictures taken at like when they spread ashes. And somebody took a picture of the spreading of the ashes, and like the wind picked it up. And when they took the picture, like the woman's face was in the ashes. Yeah, crazy stuff like that. Yeah,
really,
like you can tell it's her. Like it's like, whoa.
Like there's a picture that my aunt has, and my grandmother died like 5 years before my cousin Lisa was born. And my aunt's inside the swimming pool holding my cousin Lisa. And my aunt is living in my grandmother's house now, and she took a picture of my aunt in the swimming pool, and there's like in the back there's like a fence like going around the pool, and like you could see the sky.
Yeah.
And it's overlooking like where the airport is, sort of.
Okay.
And it was on Dixon.
Oh, okay.
On Dixon, and you could see like it looks like my grandmother's eyes in the picture.
Crazy.
It's a trip, and
so weird.
You could tell it's like my grandmother's eyes. And, there's no way to determine. It's on the negative, but there's no other picture of my grandmother on that roll of film for it to be a double exposure. Like there's no picture at all of my grandmother on it. Like it came, and they sent it to like be developed. And she went and picked it up, and that's what they got.
See, this is the kind of stuff that still keeps me excited.
Yeah.
Like I want to know the answers to that stuff.
It
That's
also
so
makes you
fascinating.
Sort of want to keep like be good. Like
right.
It's good because
it makes you aware that there's something outside of us that's bigger than us, that's beyond us, and I don't think there's any quest in life more important than finding out what that is, who that is, what they want, what the purpose of life is. All that. I mean, that's huge. Everything else is fine, but it's not as important,
Yeah. Totally.
So what about something like morality? Do you think morality is universal? Do you think it's just like you do? Like you think there's a universal morality, or do you think it's like each person kind of determines what morality is for themselves? Or
but I think that's like it's obvious. Like, don't you think? Do you think it's obvious? Like, I think
what's more? I think certain things are. I think something like murder, most people would agree. Murder's wrong. Yeah. But when you get into the weeds of some stuff...
But I'm talking about like there's a basic thing that like it all trickles down from, like...
Yeah.
Like...
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. But I think if you stick to the basics, then like you'll be good, Like,
sure.
I don't know like if any religions really that like where murder is like definitely like like it's not like dying for Allah is like and killing other people. I think that's a new thing since all the religious wars and stuff. Like I don't think that was like that. Like
you mean you don't think Islam taught that originally?
Yeah, I don't think it was. Or either if it did, it's the outcome of sort of like how Catholicism's like a variation of like Christianity. Like sort of came from that. Like like an extremist group at some point or another, like might have like taken off, you know, like, and they justified it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, maybe, I don't know. Like,
well, they would say it's Peter, right? Peter from the Bible. He's the one that supposedly was the first pope and started the Catholic Church. I don't agree with that, but that's what their Catholics would say. But,
so I don't know. Like, I think it was all like, I think like it all stemmed from, you know, like, I mean, we're not animals anymore, you know, like, animals didn't, like, I don't know if I think animals are getting smarter and evolving too. Like, you know, like we know, like dogs actually, like obviously, like feel and they pick up on our energy. Like they get scared when we're scared. They know when we're sad. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think animals have souls the same way people do?
Maybe, I think so. Probably.
Like you said, dog, and she perked up.
Yeah.
Proving your point. See, and she can hear us and feel us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think morality. I think at least at this point in history, most people would agree murder's wrong, right? But there are some, like if we're going to make the claim that morality is universal or it's not dictated by society, like something like murder. But then you go back to the times like say the Holocaust or other times in history where there's been mass genocides of people. And to those groups of people, well, that's okay.
I don't think that the majority of like Hitler's followers are like people who like were on like you think they were
just following orders kind of thing?
I think some of them might have been scared to like go against it.
Sure, yeah.
I think some of them probably thought or knew that there's other ways to like go about it. Their death didn't have to happen, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think majority of them like would have sat there and loved to watch all those people die.
Right.
You know,
right.
Or even see like what was done with their remains or you know like their belongings, you know, like
but a lot of them did it, which is kind of makes me think like.
Well, the ones that like there was ones that stuck around, you know, like and plus too, there's like like there wasn't media like there is now, like so like there's the influence of the outside the world isn't there like either, you know, like so
right
like that has a lot to do with it. I think.
Or like let's look to use the example of like you and I today in 2025 would say that something like slavery. Or I mean, I'm talking about like Kunta Kinte kind of African style slavery is morally wrong, right? You and I, most people today, I think would agree with that. Cats jumping on tables is also morally wrong, but we would agree with that. But there was a time in our history, not that long ago, that most of the country would have said otherwise. They would have said, "No, that's what black people are for. They're to be like, slaves," and you know.
It's like this, I think if the Middle East had. If they had influence from outside, it maybe not be that good to have influence. You know, like there's certain situations where influence might ruin society, like people in like South America, or like Amazon or something. But like I think things might be a little different, and like it wouldn't be so violent and like hardcore like in the Middle East if there was like internet or TV even though TV's not real, like if there was no news there, I still think that they would be affected in a different way because you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
I agree. I think influence is a huge factor.
The only influence they have right now is dying for Allah is is the way to go.
That's how you wake up in paradise.
Taking people down with you you know,
sure. Yeah. But I guess that's kind of my point. Like I felt, in my view, there's a morality that supersedes all of that. Like there's things that society as a whole can dictate and say, okay, well, at this point in history, like to go back to slavery, at some point in history, it was quote unquote morally okay to own slaves. But even though people thought that, the overall morality was like, no, it's not. Like that's always been a universal morality. It's not okay to treat people that way based on what they look like. Racism is wrong. God made all people, not just white people.
Thought they were like a lesser, like
correct,
like breed. You know?
Absolutely. I mean, monkeys. They thought they were monkeys. That you know,
it took science to figure it out. You know? Like,
sure. Yes. Like, it took science to discover it. In my view, something that has always been true.
And took people with good morality, like even if they were monkeys, right? Like we're talking about killing an animal is like wrong, you know. Like if you're gonna eat it, maybe okay, but
killing it for sport or just for fun, or like we talked about earlier about people torturing animals. I can't stand that kind of stuff.
So like, why would you want to do that? You know, I mean, we have cows and bulls and like are burros that like pull stuff, but they get a break, like they get to eat. You feed them,
Yeah.
So it's
we fatten them up so we can have tri-tip.
I think part of like slavery was like white man being inferior to another race.
Yeah. Oh, that was a huge part of it.
But it's sort of like,
course,
it's messed up because they were also procreating with them and having sex with them. So it was like, but those people weren't. They were shamed by that. Like without anybody even knowing. Like they kept it so people wouldn't know.
Right.
So somewhere in there must have been some kind of morale for, like that, like for themselves at least, like to not. They didn't want people to know that, like sort of. Like,
so you think deep down they still had that morality?
I think
there?
they did. I mean, for them to know that they could like procreate with the slave, like they knew there was something there saying like they're human too, because that person wouldn't have had sex with the monkey or with the cow or anything else.
But good point.
I mean, they could have.
I mean, they might.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's happened in history.
Yeah.
But I understand what you're saying. It makes sense. Yeah, that's a good point. What about things like heaven and hell? Do you think heaven and hell exist?
Yeah, I think people could like be living like a hell on earth, like tormented by their own mind, maybe, or.
But you don't think it's like a literal place?
I think like maybe if you were bad in this life, like the next one, it's going to be worse or something.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
Like reincarnation, you mean? You'll be born and there'll be
the energy thing.
You'll be born as like a cockroach or something.
Given that,
Okay.
Like maybe, but I don't know. Like maybe you just don't like get the privilege of like seeing things or being around, spiritually, like being around or having your spirit still be there. Obviously, you're not going to live on with a good like thing like to your name,
Sure.
You're going to be like ever known as a bad guy and a horrible person, I don't think anybody wants that,
Right.
So.
Right. But like when a person dies, like when their bodies die. What do you think? You think it's just over then at that point? Like you just cease to exist? Or do you think...
Probably not.
So do you believe in reincarnation then? Or
well, I believe in energy like going if it's given the chance to. Like
recycling kind of?
I mean, like you're not going to come back tomorrow. Like, I mean, obviously because, like things that... Like maybe that DNA thing that we talked about earlier is like how you... Like it comes back, Like... I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, we're pretty soon going to be able to like take like memories and thoughts and like put them into like another mind or add them to somebody else's
Yeah.
Like there's devices that are like sort of recording our behaviors and our thoughts. Like Elon Musk has already like gotten like working on something for that. Like, so. I don't know, like maybe, that's not evolution, I don't think, but like evolution is like things that we're able to do within ourselves, like, or with our bodies, like that's like a machine or something,
right.
Like that. Yeah.
Right.
But I don't know if that's right, but.
Yeah. So when you look at something like specifically, like we talked earlier about like Christianity in general, do you view that as, I know we talked about like certain things are the same within different religions and they teach love or they teach these kind of things. Do you look at Christianity and do you view that as like a good quote unquote religion, or do you view it as a bad one?
I think there's like people within it that like make it, like, I mean, for me, like I was turned off, like it was in Sunday school one time, and like I asked, I was going to like, they separate, you go to mass and then you go down to like the class, Sunday school class.
So this is Catholic then?
No, Christian. Like
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so like Sunday school, like so we're down, like they separate like teenage kids here and the little kids, and then parents stay for like a more in-depth mass sort of continuation. So the teacher and instructor was that like on the seventh day, like, you made this, the first day, this, that.
Right.
So anyway, like I raised my hand and it was an honest to God, like I just like popped in my head a question, like, so when did he make the dinosaurs? So he's all, get up and go stand in the corner.
What?
Yeah, serious. He got like, he thought I was joking or making fun like of it, and he made me like go sit in the corner, and I was thinking in the corner, I remember like, the closest thing to God, because I'm seeing him as like somebody close to God, like just did this to me, like put me in the corner and shamed me, for something, because it was a genuine question. And then he went as far as like gave all the other kids cookies and punch, and I sat there in the corner. And then,
God, for asking a good question. Yeah, that's a great question.
And he finally comes up to me, he's all, he's all, now, do you want to leave with the other kids? He said, do you want to leave with the other kids, or do you want to stay until you apologize and say sorry? I was sorry. Like, I said sorry right away, you know. Like,
Yeah, because you wanted a cookie.
Yeah, no, yeah, really. And then so like I got up and I just walked over and like it was time to go. Like I didn't get no cookie, nothing. But like yeah, so I was like turned off by that, like totally, you know.
So did you ever get the answer to your question?
No,
It was on day 5.
never.
With the rest of the animals.
I don't know.
That's the answer, dude. There you go.
Yeah.
Glad I could help.
Yeah, well, yeah. But isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is crazy.
I mean, I felt really like he made me feel really bad. Like,
Right.
And like that was just at a young age. I was just like,
See, and again, that's a perfect example of a man acting outside of, because if that was Jesus in that classroom and you asked that question,
yeah, I was thinking
he would have said, you know what, Chris, that's a great question. Let me answer that for you.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have said, go stand in the corner,
Yeah.
right? So that's not a shot against
Yeah.
Christianity or against
Yeah.
Jesus. It's a shot against that idiotic pastor that
I'm sure
said
if
that
I
to
would
you.
have said something to like the preacher or something, or the head of the church, like something would have happened. But like as a young child, like it's scary, you know.
Did you even tell your parents about that?
I told my aunt and my uncle, like, and they're all like, "What, he did? Are you serious?" And then like my aunt said, "Well, he's not going to be there much longer because he was Peace Corps or something like that. Like he was involved in Peace Corps, and like, he was like due to leave, like, you know, like soon after that." But so like I just
so that turned you off at that point. That young of an age, you were turned off to Christianity because of one idiotic moron.
Yeah.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. I mean,
crazy.
It's sort of scary, like at that age, like, and like to top it off, like it was sort of like it was the basement of the church in Guadalupe. Like there's like the full length of the church down below. Like if they had like parties or whatever events, like it was the whole length of the church. It's a big long room, and there's windows like up here, like with, you know, letting light in. And well, the part of the room that he sent me to was like there's stairs that come down like on the outside, and the stairs block light, so that side of the room was like dark. And like he sent me to that part of the room, and I was like, it freaked me out a little bit. You know?
That's terrible, dude.
Yeah, it was horrible. Like I don't know, it seemed like a long time that I was sitting over there, but like it was not cool. Like
so at any point in your life after that, did you ever wonder, like, I wonder if there's any truth in this?
I didn't think. No.
Okay.
I didn't think. Like I knew that he was. I knew dinosaurs were a real thing, and that guy was just. I said, like I thought he was like close to God. Like I thought of him as something that was close to God. And yeah, I knew that wasn't like God wasn't doing that, but I felt like sort of like God allowed that to happen. You know, like so like I was sort of like turned off by that, like as a kid. Yeah. But and I didn't start going to Catholic church until like years after that. Like you know.
Oh, what did you think about that? Did somebody tell you something stupid there too?
I went to it, like I thought that it was sort of like going to be like I thought it was going to be some similar, you know, like similar stuff happening.
Yeah.
And then like Catholic church is like sort of like Christian church is sort of like they don't talk about it. Like Catholic church, they talk about it and then you're shamed for it before it even happens. You know?
Right.
So like so like that, like I was already like, oh, here we go. Like, you know, I don't know how many conversations I had to hear about like a priest, like the first priest that was there, like talked about like gay homosexuals, like, and I knew what gay was because like my brother, like I knew he was like, it was, I could, like, I didn't have to tell, or I didn't ask him, he never had to tell me, but like I knew what it was. I didn't find it, like for me, like it came later in life, like, you know, like it just happened later, but I had to listen to like the priest talk bad about my brother and like other people that I knew, like you know, and I was just like I remember one time I looked at my brother and I thought like that sucks. He has to sit here and hear that, you know, like being called a sinner basically, you know. So like I felt bad for him, you know, like that he had to sit there through that, you know.
Yeah,
it was almost like he was being pointed out, is how I felt, like shamed, like in front of everybody, in the community, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, and I think this is still a fault of many Christians, because if we talk about the Bible and we talk about what it teaches about homosexuality and that kind of thing, it's hard to deny what it says, right? Like we can either say we don't believe the Bible's true,
there's interpretation too. Like I think, like
there is, but there's some pretty straight-laced verses.
But the Bible also says like love, like
correct,
like
and that's what I was going to say. So that's the problem, right? Is a lot of Christians.
But you think that overrides like what the negative of like it says in regards, it's like the highest person in the Bible is God, right? Like,
right.
And he's saying like love, like thy neighbor. Love
yes, but that brings the next question, which is, do you think love always has to involve agreement?
Well, does love always have to be sex? Like involve sex?
No, it doesn't. But when we talk about homosexuality,
like in the Bible, it doesn't say love, but it says like to be with somebody like you're with your wife, like like you're, you know,
right?
But that doesn't mean like sex like is involved necessarily.
No, I would agree. I can love my son.
Yeah.
I can love my dad, but that doesn't mean I'm sexually involved with them, right?
Weird.
I can love a guy friend of mine as a friend, but that doesn't mean I'm sexually attracted to him or involved with him.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a difference. Yeah. And that's what I was kind of getting to, is that I think that we've kind of lost that in the church, that like, because I think I can love somebody, but not necessarily agree with their lifestyle or think it's right.
We're smart enough of like a culture though, like now, like we're smart enough and aware of each other, of people, you know, like back in the day, like homosexuality was contagious. Like that is what people
right, which is idiotic.
Yeah,
idiotic.
But like we've evolved and like we know and we've learned that it's not, and like like a gay man, just because you know a gay man doesn't mean he's going to force you to have sex with him.
Sure.
Or like, you know, like, you know, like. So I think it's like sort of like silly to think like, you know.
I mean, the only I agree with you, but I think the only exception to that, I think, is that it's possible that if a young boy is like molested by a man when he's like before he's been sexually awakened, and that's his sexual awakening, that could lean him in that direction, because that's the only sexual experience he knows. But I'm also not one of those people that thinks every gay person on the planet has been molested when they were kids. That's just not true, right? Some people are just that way, you know.
Exactly.
But I think, I think we're definitely called to love everybody, regardless of their beliefs.
I don't know, like if that's like a majority. Like I know people that's happened to, but I don't think it's a majority thing. You know, like, and especially back in the day, did you think that was why people were becoming gay, was because like they were molested? Like I think
I don't know. Again,
I think a lot of people
think
held on to it. Like it just they had feelings and they were friends.
I think it's both. I think depending on the situation.
And
I
that's
think
sad. Like people can't live like be happy, like completely happy in their life. You know.
Sure.
So I don't know. Like I think that it's like I don't know. Like in church, there was a priest and he like I was in confession one time and he asked if I masturbated. Like and I was like, what? Like
it's kind of a personal question, homie.
And I was in private. You know, like, and he like opened the window and he said he was checking to see if I was there because I didn't respond right away.
Right.
I'm like, so he opened the window. I'm like, well, I have. And he's all like, okay. He's all like, you know, told me like.
You should have asked him.
Yeah, I should have. Right.
How about you, buddy?
I've always wondered. Do you? No.
He's not allowed to be married. So.
Are you doing it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, he said that, and then. He just gave me, he didn't push it more than that, but he gave me like I forget what it's called, penance, is it?
Mm-hmm.
When you have to, So he gave me that. Like,
how old were you at this point?
I was like a teenager, like I was in junior high probably.
Okay.
Or maybe like 6th grade, 5th grade, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, weird.
Yeah.
But,
it's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know if like the fact that he left it at that, sort of like made me not like question it like too much, you know, but if you would have asked like something else after, like related to sex or something, I would have really been weirded out, you know?
So I watch a lot of debates and stuff, and I think they're fascinating, and there was this one time where it was a debate between two men that both professed to be Christians, both identified as homosexual, but one of them was married to a man, living in a homosexual relationship.
And the other was fighting it or something?
Well, and the other was I wouldn't say fighting it per se, but he was married to a woman. He had like 4 kids, and he told the story of how when he was living the homosexual lifestyle, he had like 500 plus partners, and so he was obviously very steeped in the lifestyle. But then he had become his story is he had become a Christian.
No, I don't think it's the lifestyle. Like I think it's
no, I didn't mean.
Anybody could women.
Yes, that was a misspoke on my part. But he had become a Christian and chosen to follow the Lord in the way that he felt was biblical and was true Christianity, where the other guy was arguing and saying, well, no, which kind of sounds like would be your argument. It's like, well, no, well, God loves everybody and he wants me to be happy, so therefore being married to the man is making me happy. And the other guy, so what would you say about the other guy is what I'm interested in? Like,
well,
the guy
he's not living a happy life. Like, and
he said he was happy.
Well, you think? Like,
well, I mean, he had found happiness in Christ that went beyond his physical
he was
needs.
happy like before. Like, I mean, 500 men doesn't sound like he's very happy. You know what I'm saying?
So you mean because of his promiscuous lifestyle that showed he wasn't happy?
I mean, he liked something about it, you know.
Well, I'm sure.
But
he would say that was a different version of him.
I think he was doing it because he had guilt, you know. And some people like might have guilt because of like the amount of church or the influence of their parents, or, you know, like of them, and like it's sort of sad, you know.
So you'd say he's like denying who he is in a sense.
Well, I mean, like he should be truthful about it. Like he should say that he like. I mean, if, like it sounds like he was saying like I wasn't happy like then, like you know, like that's what it sounds like to me. Like,
well, I'm not sure he would be using happiness as a barometer. I think he's
having fun. Like,
well, I think what he would say is he was living this way. What he would say, he was living a sinful lifestyle that he learned and decided to turn away from and follow God. And he would say that he found fulfillment in his new life. Yeah. Even though, and he would still consider himself gay only because it's not like all those desires went away.
I mean, at least that was the honest part that he was saying. You know,
right. Again, I don't know his heart, but I mean, that's the words he was using.
I mean, yeah, maybe he was ashamed of it, but I mean, if it was probably like a long time ago that happened, no? Or was it recent?
It was quite a few years back that I saw the debate. Yeah. It was probably 10 or 15 years ago.
Maybe he wanted to be accepted by other people, and he felt like if he was gay, he wasn't. Like maybe the people that were most important in his life didn't accept the fact that he was gay, and you know, but and it taught him to like not be like happy with himself. Yeah. But I don't think that's I don't think God would want him to, like, what I know of God would wanted him to be unhappy. Like, you know, I mean, even though he said he was happy, you know.
Right, but you don't believe him though.
I don't.
You don't think there's any scenario that works with that?
I mean, it's sort of like you know, like doing it once might have been a mistake. Second time, it wasn't. You know, like it's like, yeah. I mean, seriously, like,
right.
You know, he liked something about it, like, you know, like he got like fulfillment or something out of it.
Sure.
And like I mean, maybe he liked women too, but like,
right.
Like, I mean, if he had kids like during it, then like. I think if a man like has strays from a relationship and he has children, then I think like he has obligation to be with his children and to be a good role model
at that point.
I mean, if he goes with the man and stays with the man, that's being a good role model. But like, I think like going out on their mother is not like good, like example. Like,
well, and that's a good point. So like another example would be a similar example would be like if let's say before I got married to Bethany, I had 25 different sexual partners that were women, right? It's not true, but let's just say for the sake of the argument, that's true. And then I become a Christian, and obviously the Bible teaches against that. You're supposed to be with one person for life. Right. You know, you're only supposed to have sex once with one, not once. Yeah. You're supposed to have sex with one person just one time in your whole life. No, just with one person. And so I could say the same thing and say, well, no, now I choose. And I could even say, it's not like maybe I still have desires for that. Maybe some part of me is like, oh man, I wish I could go back into my old lifestyle and sleep with a bunch of women and have fun doing it. Maybe I have fun, maybe I'd have enjoyment, but that doesn't make it the right thing to do.
Well, I mean, like when you marry somebody, then like it's commitment.
It is, right.
Like marriage isn't for everybody, but like, and there's people that like have pulled people along and like, you know, do that. But I think like I mean like too, like you should be honest with your wife that you like what your past was, you know, like
of course,
you know, like even if it was men, like I think like you should give your wife an opportunity to like know that like you had sex with a man or like that you like had like are attracted to men too, like like so
I agree. That goes back to the conversation about your friend.
Yeah, like a relationship is like sort of knowing about everything about everybody, about your partner,
right?
You know, so
it should be a clean slate, man. Go into a relationship, especially a serious place like marriage. You should know there should be no secrets at that point, in my opinion. Right. All right, man. Final question. This is it. Last one, and then I'll let you go. In the Bible, Jesus says I am the way and the truth and the life, and no man comes to the Father but through me, which is a pretty exclusive claim, right? That's basically saying that Jesus is the only way, right? That kind of shuts the door on every other religious belief out there that does not involve Jesus. Right. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I know like of Jesus, and he's it's sort of like, you know, like some religions use like God, like, or different saints as like idol, like sort of they represent like an idol for their religion or what their beliefs are. So like Jesus is that, like, he's definitely that for me, and like I believe that like Jesus, if you were to say like Jesus was my like inner voice in my head, you know, like I want to live through that light, like of Jesus, you know, like, and which wouldn't be wrong, like, to me, in my opinion, like,
right?
It would be wrong, but and I would be like, because I'm applying like what I've learned about him, like, to my life, and like I mean, yeah.
But you wouldn't apply that part where he said what he said. You'd leave that part out.
Him. Well, like for me, like when I hear people say thank God or please Jesus, like I sort of like implement that word as like come on, Chris, like you could do this, or but I think too that like we're created in the image of, and like I mean, we all came from one thing, you know, like one like piece of algae or whatever it is that came from, you know?
I believe it's an amoeba, right?
Amoeba. Somebody created it. Some energy created it.
Bingo.
Know? So
right.
So I believe that like that's how I like apply. Like God is like me. Like God is like we are our own God. Like it's the same.
So we are God, basically. Yeah, God is us. We are God.
Yeah.
Well, it's different to say God is in us and we are God. That's two different things.
Well, I mean, if you're God, then like it's like within your body, right? Like,
right.
That's what I'm...
So I have a friend who maybe this is what you mean. Maybe you hold to this view. I have a friend who says like God is the ocean, and we're all drops of water from that ocean. So like we're all pieces of God in a sense. We are God, but God is the whole big energy source. Is God, and then we're still God, but we're not God. Right, but like we are.
Octopus, one brain, but lots of central nervous systems.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. All right, cool, man.
Cool.
That was a lot of fun. Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for checking out this episode. Please send feedback to whycan'twetalkabout at proton.me. Please share this episode with everyone that you know, and let me know if you would like to be a guest. Thanks.